today. Race 1 is the Welcome to Nelson Mandela Bay maiden, played for fillies and mares, a sprint over 1,000 metres. And the first horse that we're going to look at is the unraced 4-year-old filly, number 4, Mia Ragazza, which means my girl in Italian. And the daughter of Flying the Flag makes her debut today. Not much really going on with a lot of these horses that are making their debut today. They've been in the barns for a while, and there's not much to speak about this daughter of Flying the Flag. She's drifted out from an opening call of 10 to 1 out to 16 to 1. And Kendall Minnie rides for the Grief Yard. That's number 4, Mia Ragazza. Let's move on to number 5, My Mistress. Similarly, 20 to 1 in the market. A daughter of Gray's Inn. You'd think she'd want a lot further than 1,000 metres. It looks far too short on the dam side as well, who won between a mile and 2,000 metres. And Wayne Agrella rides for Tara Lang. That's number 5, My Mistress. Similarly with number 4 going out for the run today by the looks of things. Next is number 6, Bella Atrice. Now, in complete contrast, this is the favourite. She's had her last 4 starts on the polytrack, so reverts to a turf run today. Blinkers go back on after last time out, where she ran a good second to Symbol of Love. And Loom Koto rides this one for Gavin Smith. Is a worthy favourite on the form. Just the fact that she did run one time on the turf in her very first run. She was at 33 to 1 that day, and she ran quite way back behind Paris Lass, number 6, Bella Atrice, but she'll be better for her last 4 starts on the polytrack, and she's definitely one of the leading contenders here in the first race of the day. Looks to be on her toes, looks awfully well, number 6, Bella Atrice. Number 7 is the Lady Love from the Grief Yard. Richard Ferree, the stable jockey, rides her, which is obviously the stable elect. There's been some late support for her to make her joint favourite now. Hasn't got the strongest of form. Last time out ran over this at this course rather, but over a bit further. Ran to Pisces, was comfortably beaten. I don't think she's setting the tracks alight in her career, to be quite honest. Not what we've seen on the first 4 runs or so, but she may be a danger here. I'd like to see more, though, in time to come, hopefully. Number 8 is Fire Chaser. Now, here's a horse I thought had a better chance than her betting suggests. She's at 7 to 1, but she comes from a strong pedigree of sprinters out of the mare Jackador, and it's her first run on the turf. I think she's going to enjoy going to the turf track today, number 8, Fire Chaser. Muzieni has had a spectacular 48 hours. He rode 2 winners yesterday afternoon at the Vaal, and he rode 4 winners out at Greyville on the midweek Wednesday meeting, so he's in good form, and I think that Fire Chaser may just cause a problem to the favourites over here. Certainly her form, but I think she'll like this turf surface today. Number 9 is Mona Loa from the stable of Sharon Kotson, 20 lengths back on debut. That was at this turf track, but over a bit further. I think they just bring you a down trip to see if there's any improvement with Calvin Habib on. And it looks like they're heading out for the Canter Pass. Total of 9 runners here. The scratching is number 2 for the Boykies. Of those 9, 3 of them making their debut runs today, and all 4-year-old fillies. And here they come out onto the track now. Let's take them down. Number 4 is Mia Ragazza and Kendall Minnie. Number 1 is Dumasani and Dennis Shaw's. The next 2 to go by are numbers 3, Fuel the Frenzy, closest to us, Alden Webber. On the far side is number 5, My Mistress, and Wayne Agrella. 6 is Bella Atrice, Louis Ngotwa. There's the colours of Mr. Pete Bunzaya. 7 is the Lady Love, Richard Ferree. Going down with number 8, Fire Chaser and Muzieni. Number 9 is Mona Loa, Calvin Habib. And the final run in number 10, Usain Valley, ridden by Sandile Kati. Trying a tongue tie for the first time, Usain Valley, so improvement may be expected, maybe, from the daughter of Karari. Those are the runners and riders for the first race. Does not form part of the bipot or the place accumulator, being an 8-race program today. The bipot will start in race 2, and that is due off at 12:10, a maiden over 1,200 metres. So those are the runners and riders for the first race. We'll just take a couple of seconds to assimilate all the information from the canter pass. We'll be back shortly with a preview.
Everybody, welcome back. Yeah, I'm still alive. For those guys out there sending messages through, I do appreciate it. Thanks so much. Okay, just had a bit of a bad turn early on. Not quite sure, but the on-course doctor did check me out. And I think the stents are still all working at the moment. So we're looking forward to a good day's racing. Thanks for Nico. Nico, thanks very much for helping me out, just chatting the horses through while the doctor's busy. And I do apologize for the introduction early on today. Believe me, I saw things that I haven't seen before, upside down. So let's go through the runners and chat. I've got comments coming through from the respective trainers this afternoon. Nadine spoke to them in the week. A lot of first-timers in the first this afternoon. Number 3 is Fuel the Frenzy, the daughter of Ravada. She's a 4-year-old. It's amazing. There's a couple of 4-year-olds running their first time in their career this afternoon. And Fuel the Frenzy, the comment from Tara Lang stable. Gavin Fenter did say very green and will need a few runs. Number 4 is Mia Ragaza, the daughter of Flying the Flag, and Alan Greef said bred to go a lot further, Kendall Minnie's mount. And then number 5, My Mistress, also from the Tara Lang stable, a first timer. The comment coming through there as well is that My Mistress, it will be very green and will need the run. That's the mount of Wayne Agrella. And I'm trying to find any other comments. No, those are the first timers. Now, when studying form, and as mentioned in the preview earlier on, when I still had a bit of breath left, to me it's an obvious choice here between the 6 and the 7 as being the runners on paper that should surely fight it out. So let's touch on number 6 first. That's Bella Atrice. I'm leaning towards Bella Atrice because in this field a horse that's run 3rd, 4th, 2nd surely warrants consideration and inclusion. Went down to post, knows exactly what it's about. Louis Makotwa riding for the Gavin Smith stable, the daughter of Willow Magic, bred out of Piemonte stud. So a 3rd, a 4th, a 2nd, I think should unsaddle in the winner's box. That's going to be my first choice, moved well enough to post. Now number 7, the mount of Richard Ferrie for Alan Greef, the daughter of Lancaster Bomber. She actually, I thought, went down the best to post. She went down very, very well in the colours of Varsfontein stud, bred by Varsfontein, the Group 1 stud form that they now everybody has accepted, and owned by them as well. This is the daughter of Lancaster Bomber out of a Kabul mare, so we'll see when this goes further as well. But no good thing here, but did move very well. The comment from Alan Greef was the heavy going didn't suit last time out, and he did say that the Lady Love has got a definite chance today. And then just about Alan Greef's runners, he said early on off air, he was saying that as the day progresses, his runners get stronger and stronger. So I think that's important for the Pick 6 jackpot punters later on as well. Number 8 is Fire Chaser from the Kelly Mitchley stable, the daughter of Pomodoro out of a Toreador mare, so there's a bit of speed there as well. Muzi Henny rides her this afternoon. The comment was for number 8, waiting for the grass and big improvement expected. That's from the Kelly Mitchley stable. So that might just suggest that this is one that you need to consider in a very moderate field. Muzi Henny, as Nico pointed out, riding so well at the moment. Then number 9 is Morna Lower, the daughter of Erupt. Sharon Kotzon's the trainer. Calvin Abib rides. Nice to have Calvin back here as well. And Green, immature, and Sharon did say that's still possibly an educational run, so a little bit more racing needed for the best of, to see the best of number 9, Morna Lower. Number 10 is Lucerne Valley from the Alan Greef stable. Sandile Kati rides, and 2 runs to date has shown little act down to post, so it didn't give us that much confidence with the way they're moving. So very simple. Luckily not part of the bipod. I do think, and I say it with all due respect, that this maiden plate for the girls is very moderate, and 6 and 7 should fight it out, and the nearest rival then should be number 8, Fire Chaser, to run into the trifectas. Now the bipod does start in race 2 this afternoon, and I do think it's important that you tune in when the runners are in the parade ring and they go down, because I'm going to ask Jean Nel, he's got a runner, his first runner this afternoon is in race 2, so I'm going to ask him for race 2, once he's got his horse in the parade ring, to come upstairs and just join me and we'll get him live on the mic just to talk about his runners on the day, because he did sound quite confident that he'll have a decent day this afternoon when he spoke to Nadine during the week. And he kicks off with his runner in the bipot in race 2, and then he's got a horse with each way claims, definite each way claims in race 3, Global Avenue, that I've made my best bet on the card. So we'll hear a little bit from Jean Nel when the horses are leaving the parade ring for race 2 this afternoon. Quick reminder, if you have just joined us, good afternoon. We've got 9 races carded. They're all on the turf, and the bipot will start in race 2, your PA will start in race 3, and pick 6 race 4. Then we've got 2 jackpots on offer as well. We've got a little bit of time. My value on the day, number 7 Vegas Gold in the last race, 12-1. I think that's a really generous price about Gavin Smith's runner in the last. This horse drops in competition, and I think it will be a big runner in the lucky last. And then I have got a couple of other value bets which I did mention early on. I'll go through them as we get a little bit of time. So Nico Kritziadis is the commentator. Nico, great to have you on course this afternoon. Thanks for stepping in a little bit early on. And then Nico, a mutual friend of ours, congratulations and happy birthday to David Ferraris. The big 60 has finally caught up with my best mate. He resides out in Plex. So David, if you are tuned in this afternoon, the icon in racing, and obviously your father's with you as well, which is awesome. We wish you a happy birthday, 60th this afternoon, and look forward to sharing it on the weekend with you. So, Nico, we'll hand over to you down at the start. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Neil. And yes, very happy birthday, 60th birthday to David Ferraris. Recently gave up training in Hong Kong, an extremely successful trainer when he was based here in South Africa, as well as overseas in Hong Kong, trained many good horses, and now is in retirement down in Plettenberg Bay. Our very best to David Ferraris, celebrating his birthday today, and our best wishes to you and your entire family, who I understand are spread out all across the world at the moment, with Luke riding in Australia as well, and certainly flying the Ferraris flag very high in Hong Kong, and will hopefully do so in the new season as well. Right, the runners for the first race, the Welcome to Nelson Mandela Bay Maiden Plate, are down at the 1,000-metre mark. They should be lining up shortly over here for the first of the day, and in fact the first wave of runners is being called to line up here, and this is Fuel the Frenzy and Mia Ragazza that are about to load up. It is Fuel the Frenzy and Mia Ragazza that they're busy with Lucerne Valley as well. Lucerne Valley in the colours of Mark Wright, the orange and black. Nice to still see those colours around. Mark was one of the big owners here in the Eastern Cape for many years, and nice to see him still represented by one or two of them. Bella Attrice has moved up. It means beautiful actress in Italian, of course bred at the Scribanti's Piemonte stud. That goes up as well. Fuel the Frenzy has moved in. Now they're loading up Fire Chaser along with Mauna Loa. As we watch Mauna Loa's rider Kelvin Habib just jump off a second there just to get her closer. Our thoughts obviously as well with the devastation in Hawaii, where this name originates from, of course, with the fires there. It was absolutely terrible to see in the last fortnight or so. Mauna Loa moving up with Fire Chaser and Dumasani. Nice to be back on the turf here at Fairview this afternoon. The Lady Love to come forward, and My Mistress as well. These are the Brendan Fegan colours. Brendan is on track today. So My Mistress and Lady Love still to load up for the first of the day. 9 of them to go the 1,000 metres here. My Mistress has come in. Storgate 3, My Mistress, the Lady Love into 5. We're all set to go in the first of the day and racing away to a good enough start, with the exception probably of Mia Ragazza, who was slow to begin. Bella Atice began well and is the early leader. Mona Loa jumped well too with Fire Chaser. Towards the outside, Lucerne Valley and the Lady Love are in contention too. Further back to My Mistress, who races 4 lengths off the leader. Then came Dumasani, who's racing further back with Mia Ragazza and Fuel the Frenzy. To the 500 and halfway through the contest they go. Bella Atice is the leader here. From in second, Fire Chaser. Down along the inside, the Lady Love is tightening up. Further back then comes behind that Mona Loa, and further to the outside is Lucerne Valley. Coming down into the last 250, Bella Atice the leader. The Lady Love is down the inside, putting on big pressure now, and the Lady Love is coming home strongly with Fire Chaser, who's now erupting into action the outside. The Lady Love and Fire Chaser. The Lady Love has the advantage with Fire Chaser coming up to it, but the Lady Love has beaten home Fire Chaser. Third place will go to My Mistress, and Bella Atice has run in 4th. Well, it is victory for the Lady Love, number 7 on the programme. 3-year-old bay filly by Lancaster Bomber, owned and bred by the Fastfontein stud. Fire Chaser starts to run on late in the day once Richard Faria struck the front on the Lady Love. Bella Atice is tired, and My Mistress has got up into 3rd for the placings, but it goes to the Lady Love to open up the meeting by a head. Fast diminishing head with Fire Chaser. 3rd placing will go to My Mistress, number 5, and then back in 4th position, Bella Atice, number 6 on the card. Let's have a look at the head-on replay, and here it is for you. You can see the action down the centre with Bella Atice giving way to the Lady Love, and now here's where Fire Chaser for owners Brian and Terence Spong comes home strongly down the centre, denied a head-neck victory here by the Lady Love. Fire Chaser into 2nd, 3rd to My Mistress, and then came Bella Atice back in 4th position. The opening race of the day, next up the start of the blind pots. Returning to the winners' enclosure, 1 on the board for Richard Faria and Alan Creff this afternoon already. Number 7, well, it's this morning still because it hasn't gone midday. Number 7, the Lady Love, is produced by Richard Faria at the right moment to win her maiden. The 3-year-old bay filly is by Lancaster Bomber, the top freshman sire from last season out of the Kabul mare Kite Runner. Bred and owned by Fastfontein stud, PTY Limited, nominee Mr. John Calmanson. The Lady Love is a maiden no more, and she'll come home to beat into 2nd, number 8, Fire Chaser. 3rd will go the way of number 5, My Mistress, a newcomer. And the 4th position, number 6, Bella Atice. That's the result of race number 1. in strongly with Fire Chaser, who's now erupting into action the outside. The Lady Love and Fire Chaser. The Lady Love has the advantage with Fire Chaser coming up to it, but the Lady Love has beaten her in Fire Chaser. Third place will go to Mine.
Welcome back to Fairview Race 1 on the card this afternoon. Number 7, the Lady Love, bred out at Varsfontein, owned by Varsfontein in those silks as well. In the winner's box, we did mention the Varsfontein stud. They really know how to breed winners. So well done to the winning connections. With me is Godfrey, and he's collecting the 1,500 Rand for the groom Cons, and Cons is with the Lady Love at the moment. So please tell him very well done. Well done. Thank you. Okay, let's go to the winning jock. Richard, have you got the mic all mic'd up? All right, he's going to put it on now. While he puts it on, quickly bring it to me. I'll put it on for you. Red button, there we go. And Richard's going to come into you. He's just chatting to the trainer, getting good feedback. There we go. Well done, Richard. Nice to have you in the winner's box in the Varsfontein Silks. First race this afternoon.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Tell us about the race. Moderate on paper. Did you give yourself a bit of a squeak? Obviously with the benefit of a couple of runs for experience.
Yeah, look, she ran a very good race first time out, and I thought she'd win very quickly, but she lost away. She started getting a bit aggressive, maybe pushing her too much in the beginning, but today I had a plan just to leave her alone, following the right sort of horses, and I wanted to follow Louis, but Muzi was too quick on that trigger, so I ended up sitting a bit in daylight, and just had to filter out a little bit to the back, and then managed to get a little bit of a windbreaker through the crucial stage of the race. And then when I asked her to quicken, she quickened up well. So I must say well done to Mr. Greff and his team. Fantastic job. Philly was in a whole different demeanour today, and I think that was the trick today.
All right, now you've got a couple of rides. I want to ask you about a couple of the other ones. I'll go to Alan Greff and ask him as well. But I see you've picked up a ride in the next race for Jacques Stradum. How did that come about with Miss Tucker, number 13 in race 2? Did Jacques phone you, or did your agent?
I think pretty much my agent would have had lots to do with that.
I know they've been waiting for turf for Miss Tucker.
Okay, so now we've got a chance. Always trying, and let's see what we can do.
All right, then I want to ask you about in race 5, purely because Alan said when he spoke to Nadine, unyielding. You said turf and 1,600 meters, and now the boss has put it right into your side.
Yeah, well, that's for me to prove right. But yeah, if I said that, it probably felt the right thing to do at that moment. I'm quite accurate when I climb off horse, and that's the right thing to do. So, well, that's Mr. Greer for following through with this one.
All right, and then of Bournemouth, Lingalonga and Bonnaroo, of those 3, who do you think is your best of those 3 runs?
Well, Lingalonga has been honest these last 2 starts. Just got a bit of a draw to contend with. He's the sort of horse that needs to be 2-3 lengths off, and it takes a lot of a hard ride to get him to quicken, but maybe with the conditions today it might suit him. Probably going to ride him a bit soft and cold and let him finish strong, hopefully. And then Bournemouth is an honest horse. Last time he still tried to hang with me, but I think he'll enjoy the trip in Bonnaroo. It's 1200's her best trip. She struggles to breathe a bit, but she never won but that far, and I think the handicap has really got hold of her, but she must have a chance still.
All right, Richard, thanks so much. Hopefully we'll see you later.
Thank you.
Here we go, Richard Free in the winner's box where he always belongs. Now let's get to Alan. I'm going to push him on about 1 or 2 of those other runners that Richard touched on as well. But well done, Varsfontein stud, top stud farm, and they do have their winners all the time, and great to see them in your stable.
Yeah, very well done to Varsfontein, to Carl, Fast, and to Susan, and team at Varsfontein, so very well done to them. Wasn't a particularly strong race. There was a lot of unraced horses as well, 1 or 2 other unraced horses in the field. And this filly, she ran a nice race once before on the grass, and then she's been on the poly. Richie said, just found the right race, and we'll have to wait and see. And today, everything ticked the right boxes. I thought it was a 2-horse race, and we came out on top. So very well done to Fast 17.
All right, now you did say earlier upstairs when you were chatting to Nico, myself, just briefly, sort of off air, you were saying you think your day is going to get stronger as the day progresses. Well, you won the first race, so you're in for an outstanding day.
That's the problem. When you come racing and you think you're going to have a cracking day, or the horses, and you start off early, you start to wonder how long your luck can ride. But yeah, I've got some nice runners, like Richard said, and as in racing, you always need a little bit of luck on your side as well. And hopefully those horses can turn those places that they've been knocking on. Bonnery's been consistently
6 to 10, but short.
Yeah, I'm not a betting man, but 6 to 10 is a short price for any horse as far as I'm concerned. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But she's been really consistent, and she's only had one run on the grass here in the Eastern Cape, which was her first run, and the rest have been on poly. Not by design, I don't think, all the time. It's just worked out that way. And, she ran a good second to Fairview in a pinnacle plate. So, if she can reproduce that sort of run, I don't know. Or is she a poly horse? We'll find out later. Lingalonga, been unlucky. Also, always there, just a little drawn a little wild, like Richie said, but it's a nice long run in. He's a professional. He knows where the winning post is, and his job is to get from A to B, and how he does it doesn't worry me.
Absolutely. Alan, we hope to chat to you a bit later. I think on the card, as you mentioned, you do get stronger as the day progresses, and we'll include you in all the bets.
Thank you.
That's Alan Greff, ladies and gentlemen, in the winners box this afternoon. Richard Free, nice to get a bit of feedback from Richard with regards to his runners. Take note of his engagement for Jacques Strydom in the race coming up shortly. That is the first leg of the bipod. And just a quick reminder that I will be chatting to Jean Nel about his runners. It looks like Jean fancies a couple of his runners on the day, so we'll be chatting to him once his runners have left the runners have left the parade ring for the second race.
Gate 3, My Mistress, the Lady Love into 5. We're all set to go in the first of the day and racing away to a good enough start, with the exception probably of Mia Ragazza, who was slow to begin. Bella Atice began well and is the early leader. Mona Loa jumped well too with Fire Chaser. Towards the outside, Lucerne Valley and the Lady Love are in contention too. Further back to My Mistress, who races 4 lengths off the leader. Then came Dumasani, who's racing further back with Mia Ragazza and Fuel the Frenzy. To the 500 and halfway through the contest they go. Bella Atice is the leader here. From in second, Fire Chaser. Down along the inside, the Lady Love is tightening up. Further back then comes behind that Mona Loa, and further to the outside is Lucerne Valley. Coming down into the last 250, Bella Atice the leader. The Lady Love is down the inside, putting on big pressure now. The Lady Love is coming home strongly with Fire Chaser, who's now erupting into action the outside. The Lady Love and Fire Chaser. The Lady Love has the advantage with Fire Chaser coming up to it, but the Lady Love has beaten her. Races 4 lengths off the leader. Then came Dumasani, who's racing further back with Mia Ragazza and Fuel the Frenzy. To the 500 and halfway through the contest they go. Bella Atice is the leader here. From in second, Fire Chaser. Down along the inside, the Lady Love is tightening up. Further back then comes behind that Mona Loa, and further to the outside is Lucerne Valley. Coming down into the last 250, Bella Atice the leader. The Lady Love is down the inside, putting on big pressure now. The Lady Love is coming home strongly with Fire Chaser, who's now erupting into action the outside. The Lady Love and Fire Chaser. The Lady Love has the advantage with Fire Chaser coming up to it, but the Lady Love has beaten her Fire Chaser. Third place will go to My...
Welcome back to you. Fairview race 2 on the card. First leg of the bike path this afternoon. The www.soccer6.co.za maiden plate. It's over 1,200 meters. The runners are in the parade ring. We'll quickly touch on them. Number 1 is Miraculous Man. Now, I have said and I've made it known that when Miraculous Man runs on the turf, I will be with Kelly Mitchley's runner, and Wayne Agrella will be jumping up. There he goes. This horse has got a lovely action. Watch it move to post. Number 2 is Tiger in Red, the Lunga Gila runner, working well, and a good run is expected this afternoon. Pumi Majorca rides, and they are looking for improvement. Number 3 is This Time Round from the Montana Turner stable. Craig Zaki rides, a bit of work to do. Number 4, Western Jack from the Greef stable, as Kendall Mimi aboard, has been improving and has had quite a bit of racing though. Number 5, Benelong Point, watch out, I think Gavin Smith's runner is a contender. Let's cross over to Nico Kritsiotis to call him to post.
Thanks very much, and notably we look at Miraculous Man as the first horse to go by, and Wayne Agrella. Number 1, www.soccer6.co.za maiden plate, over 1,200 meters. 2 is Tiger in Red and Pumi Majorca. 3, This Time Round, Craig Zaki rides for Montana Turner. Number 5, Benelong Point, Samanga Kamala wears a black cap on the Whoop Whoop horse. Benelong Point. Number 4 is Western Jack and Kendall Minnie. Here's number 7, Howard Fife and Alden Weber. Number 8, Midnight Advocator, Dennis Schwarz rides. Number 11, Sound of Hooves, is Jason Gates' mount. 13, Miss Tucker, the filly, Richard Ferree. Number 9, A Single File, Muziyeni. 10 is Grey Smoke, Chase Morjan. Number 12, Captain Romeo, Louis Ngotwa. 13 runners will line up for the start of the bike part. 12:10 is the off time of the www.soccer6.co.za maiden plate. It's over 1,200 meters. This is the last horse by number 6, Landing on the Moon, Kelvin Habib. Races without the headgear today, no cheek pieces. That's the field then for race 2. They're on their way down to the 1,200 meter starting stalls.
Thanks very much, Nico, and I'm sure that you love the way that number 1, Miraculous Man, you part owner there, went to post, clocked in the Gallop Syndicate, as well as with the Verner's best mover, and that's the reason why it's my first choice this afternoon in race 2, Miraculous Man. With a good action like that, you don't want to be on the poly, you want to be on the turf, so that's my outright selection. Now, the man that's joining me, and thanks very much for running upstairs. I don't think I'd make it up the stairs today, Sean. And thanks for helping us a little bit early on as well. I do appreciate it. Jean, you've got in race 2, number 8, Midnight Advocator. And actually, this horse caught my eye going to post. Tucked his head in lovely, moved beautifully to post.
Yeah, Neil, as I said in the pre-race interview as well, he's coming back from injury, so he's not fully wound up. He's fit enough to have a run, but he's not quite racing fit yet.
Yeah, you say he picked up a bit of an injury. Was that after his last run?
It was actually in training a couple of weeks after his last run.
All right, so now I do think it's a quartet horse. Shall we include it in the quartet? Or do you still think it'll need a grow up too?
Look, I'll be happy if he finishes midfield, but
okay.
I think he's got the ability to finish in the places, but fitness is a question.
All right, John, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go straight into your runners quickly, if you don't mind, and just ask you about them, because we were chatting off air, and I know that you sent a message through as well, and you spoke to Nadine. For me, and I've made it known early on, if the people didn't hear, I said in race 3, number 2, Global Avenue was my best bet on the card. I really think this horse is in the right field to win today.
I think so too, Neil. She put up a very nice piece of work at home, and it's maidens. I don't think it's the greatest of fields, just a little bit of luck in running, and I think she could crack it today.
All right, and then I want to ask you about, you got 2 runners in race 5. I know Manera beat St. Anastasia last time out, but you were quite confident that you're looking for an each-way chance in race 5 today with number 7, St. Anastasia. Remains like that?
Yes, definitely, Neil. Yeah, I can't see Manera beating her again on the weight turnover. And Saint Anastasia, for me, ticking all the boxes.
All right, when they tick the boxes, that's when you need to include them. That's race 5, number 7. And then, John, I want to ask you about race 6, number 7, Downing 7, because to me, this horse is generously priced in this field.
He is, Neil. You know, it's a competitive field. It's open.
Yeah.
And not without a chance. He is progressive. Just... He will definitely pick up another race, but his work at home is good and he tries. And
Quartet chance?
Definitely.
Definitely. So your best, you think, on the day would be Global Avenue?
Correct.
Jean-Nel, thank you so much. Much appreciated. Thanks very much to Jean-Nel for joining us upstairs this afternoon. And, yeah, we've got to keep an eye on race 3. I also make it the best bet on the card, and as a matter of fact, I've banked it in all my bets. Let's get back to race 2. It's the first leg of the bipot, and in the bipot this afternoon, Wayne Agrello riding for the Kelly Mitchley stable, and then also the stablemate in the race is number 9, Single File, priced up at about 16 to 10, the son of Canford Cliffs, and they did say a decent is on today, and last time out reported not to be striding out, so that needs to be also be made aware of. But for me, I'm taking a chance with the one Miraculous Man. Nico, if you are there, can we quickly cross over to you, because you've got shares in Miraculous Man?
Yeah, and obviously, thanks, Neil. This was originated when it was in the midst of lockdown back 3 years ago now, when we formulated the YouTube channel Clocking the Gallop, which received a lot of exposure during lockdown and gained a tremendous amount of support through the racing fraternity. And then we thought, between Neil Andrews and myself, that we'd put a few horses on. We'd go and buy a few horses, and we looked at Gimme the Green Light as a potential champion, and of course he's made it to champion status now, and we thought we'd concentrate on those, and this was one of them that we bought, and he was subscribed for. Look, he has certainly been knocking on the door since he arrived at Kelly Mitchley. He didn't show much in Durban with Peter Muscat, and he seems to have thrived down here, so I'm hoping that he cracks it sooner rather than later, and all over the country, and indeed farther afield. I know Dane Squance is also a part shareholder, and he is based in Australia, so hopefully he's watching too. But yeah, hoping for the best for him today. Like you've said countless times before, Nico, put him back onto the turf. It wasn't my decision, it was the trainer's decision, but he is back on the turf today. All right, thanks so much, Nico. Yeah, that action like that, it's too good for the poly. Now, the biggest danger, Nico, if you just stick with us for a while, I think that you obviously studied form, because you've got a horse in the race as such as well. Number 5, Benelong Point. I think this horse has got each way claims as well, and the comment from the stable, Gavin Smith's stable, was looking great back home, and make it a big runner. This also moved to post well. Yeah, he did move to post well. He races for Solly Barner here, and it was a good run last time out. As you've seen, most of his Cape Town form has been over further than 6 furlongs, and he's done particularly well there. So yeah, I would think that he'd be a big danger, as would Kelly's other horse that she's got in the race, Single File, who has the form has just been frank now with the Pisces form line coming through to the 4 in the previous race. So I would think those two would be our principal threats over here. All right, Nico, thank you. I'll let you get your breath. In the meantime, I'll do a wrap here before they start loading down at the start. Race 2 is the first leg of the bipot. I've been bold, I've been brave, and I've gone with banker number 1, Miraculous Man. I'm not sure what the current price is now, the odds, but for me, possibly even worth a bet on the head. I think this horse's action will suit the turf perfectly, and is for me an outright selection. Benelong Point, the biggest danger. Just a quick reminder that the place accumulator will start in race 3. That's coming up in the next race as well. And the way I saw it today when studying form, I was deciding between my budget to go pick 6 route, or do I go a place accumulator route. I've decided to go the PA route. I have put a place accumulator on the Tab 4 Racing app. If you make use of the Tab 4 Racing, the icon there, you click on tips and you'll get my tips and Nico's tips and World Sports, whoever else, not World Sports Betting, but all the other guys, they'll be giving their tips as well, and the weighted to win team as well. And my place accumulator is there. I think I also put a bipot on, if not mistaken. Anyway, they are milling around down at the start. Enough from me, and this is the first leg of the bipot. I'm not sure what the pool is. I'll need to change the TV channel here, and then we'll cross over to Nico Kritziadis to call them home. Thanks very much, Neil. It is race time. The opening leg of the bipot field being called up down at the 1200 metre marker here for the running of race number 2. No scratching, so a field of 13 to head up into the stalls here. Grey Smoke and How of Fife are the first two to go in. Both hail from the Tara Lang stable, Grey Smoke and How of Fife. Western Jack, Sound of Hooves will be the next couple. Western Jack to go to an inside stall. Sound of Hooves to load up next. Got the hood on Sound of Hooves. Sound of Hooves walking in. Miraculous Man Red and Landing on the Moon.
Come on, back on that tree, thank you.
Landing on the Moon to come forward. Single File is preparing to load with Tiger in red. Landing on the Moon goes up. Here's Tiger in red to move in. Midnight Advocator. Captain Romeo is having his second run today. Captain Romeo. Miss Tucker the filly. Benelong Point stands out. Captain Romeo has gone in. Miss Tucker moved up. Benelong Point. And this time round, look to be the last ones. Captain Romeo is just playing up a little bit in the gate over there with Midnight Advocator as well. Riders off Midnight Advocator. Benelong Point, and this time round to go forward at the 1200 metre marker. Just about set this time round to come into stallgate 9. Midnight Advocator, the riders getting back into the stirrup irons, and 6. They're ready. All set and sprinting away from the 1200 metre marker. Western Jack, Miraculous Man, Landing on the Moon. Those three began well with Benelong Point up along the inside. Sound of Hooves is right there too. To the outside of the track this time round is up there in the firing line. On the outside is Miss Tucker. Further back in the field came Tiger in red and Grey Smoke. Further down the field is Midnight Advocate, and then came Western Jack as further down the field, racing about 7 lengths off the leader, that single file rather. 600 to go, and Western Jack, the green cap, up along the inside, the leader with this time round, and on the outside is Grey Smoke. Miraculous Man is just in behind those. Then Landing on the Moon. Benelong Point is on the far inside. Tiger in red. Towards the outside is Single File and Miss Tucker. The head down with 400 metres left to go. Along the inside, Benelong Point strikes the front. On the outside is this time round. Then came Miraculous Man between runners. Down along the inside is Landing on the Moon, but it is Benelong Point is clear here inside the closing stages. On the outside, Grey Smoke, then Miraculous Man. Further to the outside is Midnight Advocator. Benelong Point is keeping rolling from Grey Smoke. Benelong Point beat home Grey Smoke in a short head finish. Third place will go to Miraculous Man. Single File and behind that Midnight Advocator. Got close in the end when it looked home and hosed for Benelong Point. Look at Grey Smoke. Chase Morjan flies up on the outside. It looks home and hosed for the source Benelong Point, but it gets very close at the end. You see that Samanga Kamala has changed from his right to his left. He's given it reminders, but Grey Smoke is very much alive on the outside. And it's left up to these two to do battle over the last 50 metres. It's the waving of the wand there by Benelong Point. But look at Grey Smoke is now closing in at the end. And they hit it, and I think Benelong Point has just held on, much to the relief of the rider. Second, Grey Smoke. Third, Miraculous Man. Fourth got tight as well. That is between Single File and Midnight Advocate, who will confirm from the judges what's happening there. But that gesture of Samanga Kamala nearly got him into trouble here. Let's have another look at the head-on replay. The numbers have not gone up yet, but Benelong Point has struck the front up along the inside from this time round. And the numbers have gone up now as 5, 10, 1 and 9. Thank you very much. 5, 10, 1 and 9. Bennelong Point has beaten home Grey Smoke. You can see this, the change of the stick here from the right to the left, but it's that signature that Kamal has been known for, to wave the wand in the closing stages, that might have landed him in the hot water here had he got beat. It was a short hit, and down to the line they come. He looked confident enough, did Samanga, on Bennelong Point, but the line came in time for him as Bennelong Point has held off Grey Smoke in a absolute nail-biting finish. It's a short hit at the line. Very close indeed. Very, very close indeed. And that'll be it. Third place will go to Miraculous Man. And the fourth position does go to Single File, just ahead of Midnight Advocator, who will run back in fifth. For race 2, a victory in the maidens for number 5, Bennelong Point. Well done to Samanga Kamalo, the winning rider, for owners Denver Mudley and Solly Barner. Bennelong Point, a 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Pathfork out of the Bernardini mare Sydney Opera, was bred by Paul De Carmo's Harris Del Carmo Pty Limited. 15th run, and he's out the maidens today. Bennelong Point, number 5, has won it. Second, beaten a short head, number 10, Grey Smoke. Third place will go to number 1, Miraculous Man. And the fourth position to number 9, Single File. That's the outcome of race number 2. Inside, Tiger the outside is Single File and Miss Tucker. The head down with 400 meters left to go. Along the inside, Bennelong Point strikes the front. On the out.
Thank you very much. Welcome back. First leg of the bipod. Yeah, Nico and I did say the danger to his runner was number 5, Benelong Point. So well done to the Gavin Smith stable, winning with Samanga Kumalo aboard. And with me, I've got Temba. He's collecting on behalf of JJ. He gets 1,500 Rand from Will for the grooms. Much appreciated and well deserved. There we go. Let's go to Samanga. Got very, very close at the end there as well, I thought at the moment. But coming to the races, firstly, well done, Samanga. Nice to be back in the winner's box. You obviously looked at the field on paper and you must have given yourself each way chance here.
Yes, obviously he ran a nice race with Dennis last time, obviously on a poly. Back on the grass, headwind, and also, you know, the track is in neat condition, but the wind is just blowing us all over the show. But I came out, ended up finding one to follow. And I think coming about the 500, those were swallowing, he started to just get a little bit tired. I thought maybe it's time now I could show him daylight, but I got down just to try and hide away from the wind and just to balance him, use the hands as long as I could. And, you know, the moment I started to ask him a little bit of effort, he was getting blown around a little bit, but just gladly that he held up. Big thanks to Smith Racing Team. And again, to the Bana family, Uncle Solly, thanks for all the support. And this one for Faisal and family. Well done to him. And yeah, Strift, well done to them. And again, you know, the grooms, they do the hard work behind the scenes, and you know, we take it lightly, but these horses, 500 kilos is 500 kilos. Absolutely. And if you have to look after, and you still had to, you sort of like have a hard job, but you know, once the winners are coming, it becomes a pleasure. So well done to the guys, and again to Smith Racing Team. I've been off for a while, so it's always nice to come back, my first rider, and just get on board, and just hoping for a great season.
Tremendous. Well done, Samanga.
Thank you, and again to the Blink fans. Whoop, whoop.
There's the whoop whoop back in PE. Nice to have him back here as well. And Gavin, well done, back in the winner's box as well. A horse has been knocking on the door. I'm going to quickly go to Marilyn from the Racehorse Owners Association membership, just to get that into the picture there. An extra 15,000 Rand, and we have mentioned it before, and it's really well worth it. You become a register with the Racehorse Owners Association, and you can end up getting the 15,000 or 7.5, depending on whatever is the agreement there. Well done, Marilyn. Gavin, you'll be happy with Benelong Point, because when stunning form as well, I thought the last run was a very, very good run. That 400 to finish was quick.
Yes, it was, Neil. His first run, we were a little disappointed with him, but we took the blinkers off and added a tongue tie, and his next start was, like you say, his 400 to finish was good. Yeah. And today we just had to give him a little chance, and he'd round off his race, and he'd come on, and he started enjoying himself down here. You know, the headwind's a bit tricky today. So I said to Samanga, just try and find him a bit of cover, which was a bit difficult where we were drawn, but fortunately there was one horse that was quicker than us. We could follow halfway through. I think he would have done better if there was a bit more cover till a little bit later. You know, so he was exposed quite a long way out, and this winner's strong out there today, Neil.
Yeah, well, Samanga was talking about trying to get low in the saddle. You can't get low in the saddle than Samanga does.
Exactly that.
So that's a big plus as well. Gavin, obviously you've got a lot of runners. We talk about that. I'm just asking about 3 runners that I've earmarked, that myself as a punter studying form, and then you can add anything else. In race 4, you've got number 1, Green Falcon. Now that comes back to the turf, and for me, that's Green Falcon loves the turf.
I think he uses himself better on the turf, Neil. He enjoys more of a patient ride. If you've got to be after him and chase him, he doesn't want to round it off.
All right, race 4, you've got the grey, number 7, Haya Feya Latakul. I think a runner that last time out, I actually wrote his name down, the difficult name that it is to follow next time out. And I've actually made him my first choice in a very competitive race, because there's value about him.
There's very competitive race at Neil. I think, you know, widespread race, and I think you've got to go wide in that race. He's well at home and expecting to be thereabouts. Okay,
and then in the last race is my value of the day. I found a runner from yours about 2 weeks ago at 45 to 1. And funny enough, last race today in race 9, Vegas Gold. I think you've got Vegas Gold in the right race, and he's raced against Stronger. I think this is a massive runner at a decent price.
Neil, he loves 1,000 metres, whether it be turf or poly. But I do agree with you. I think he's coming to the right field. He's raced against Strong, and it was just a division a bit of actually speaks for itself. I think he's a better horse than that now.
All right. Anything else that you'd like to earmark or pinpoint for the viewers out there? We do start in the PA coming up.
Yeah. I wouldn't leave a filly like a trip to Barberton out. She's doing well enough at home. She'll enjoy the long straight to unwind. But I think you've covered pretty much everything. But
All right, thanks so much.
thank you very much. Well done to Solly and to his son Faisal. And thanks my sponsor Sollywood.
Tremendous. That's Gavin Smith racing back in the winner's box. They had a tremendous season. That's our reigning champion here in the Eastern Cape as the trainer goes. It's a big story behind the scenes there as well. A big team, and they do a sterling job. He has pointed us in the right direction about a couple of runners. I do think we'll see Gavin a little bit later on in the day as well. Let's not forget that the place accumulator comes up next.
Midnight Advocate. The riders getting back into the stirrup irons in 6. They're ready. All set and sprinting away from the 1200-meter marker. Western Jack, Miraculous Man, Landing on the Moon. Those three began well with Benelong Point up along the inside. Sound of Hooves is right there too. To the outside of the track this time round is up there in the firing line. On the outside is Miss Tucker. Further back in the field came Tiger in Red and Grey Smoke. Further down the field is Midnight Advocate, and then came Western Jack as further down the field, racing about 7 lengths off the leader. That single file rather. 600 to go, and Western Jack, the green cap, up along the inside, the leader with this time round, and on the outside is Grey Smoke. Miraculous Man is just in behind those. Then Landing on the Moon. Benelong Point is on the far inside. Tiger in Red. Towards the outside is single file and Miss Tucker. The head down with 400 metres left to go. Along the inside, Benelong Point strikes the front. On the outside is this time round. Then came Miraculous Man between runners. Down along the inside is Landing on the Moon, but it is Benelong Point is clear here inside the closing stages. On the outside, Grey Smoke, then Miraculous Man. Further to the outside is Midnight Advocate. Benelong Point is keeping rolling from Grey Smoke. Benelong Point beat home Grey Smoke in a short-head finish. Third place will go to Miraculous Man. That single file rather. 600 to go, and Western Jack, the green cap, up along the inside, the leader with this time round, and on the outside is Grey Smoke. Miraculous Man is just in behind those. Then Landing on the Moon. Benelong Point is on the far inside. Tiger in Red. Towards the outside is single file and Miss Tucker. The head down with 400 metres left to go. Along the inside, Benelong Point strikes the front. On the outside is this time round. Then came Miraculous Man between runners. Down along the inside is Landing on the Moon, but it is Benelong Point is clear here inside the closing stages. On the outside, Grey Smoke, then Miraculous Man. Further to the outside is Midnight Advocate. Benelong Point is keeping rolling from Grey Smoke. Benelong Point beat home Grey Smoke in a short-head finish. Third place will go to Miraculous Man. Single file and behind that Midnight.
welcome back to Fairview. Race 3 on the card, the Tab 4 Racing App Open Maiden Fillies and Mares. The runners are in the parade ring. The jockeys are mounting up already. They're going to be going out for the first leg of the place accumulator. Just going to touch on them. I'll start with, looks like number 3 here in front of me, which is Oceans Apart from the Kelly Mitchley stable. The comment is looking for further. The daughter of Oratorio, Muzieni rides. Behind that, I think, is number 4, Aphrodite, and that's from the Alan Greer stable. Richard Ferre's mount, a moderate filly that's been thereabouts, but they do say in this type of field must have a chance. There is a runner that's leaving the parade ring a little bit earlier on. That's going out now. I'm trying to see. That looks like Celtic Vixen number 6 going down to post with some Dilek Carty aboard. Well, that was quick. The runners are obviously short time between races. We're going to cross over to Nico. He's standing by. You'll watch him as they parade and canter to post. And then I'll be back to do a selection for you. Nico?
Making their way down for the third race, opening leg of today's place accumulator. Number 8 is Butterfly Queen, Jason Gates. Next to go by, number 3, Oceans Apart, Muzieni rides. Here's number 2, Global Avenue, striding down to post under Calvin Habib. Global Avenue, number 2. Aphrodite was the other one that went down to the start under Richard Ferre, number 4. 13 Almost in Seattle, Use Ramzan rides. 14 is Sarnish Girl, Stallone Naidu. 11 Kung Fu Lightning and Mpumi Majorca. Number 5, Anna Karenine and Loon Kotwa. 7 is 40 Hot, Samanga Kamalo breaking away. 6, Celtic Vixen, Sandile Carty has gone down to post. 13 is Almost in Seattle, Use Ramzan. This is 14, Sarnish Girl, Stallone Naidu. On the track now is number 9, Just Forever, ridden by Marco van Rensburg. Marco is plus half a kilogram. Just Forever going down to post. I think it's a further weight adjustment there. Just confirm it in a moment on Just Forever. It's another plus half, I've been told, so that carries 54,5. Here's number 12, Dashing Legend, Kendall Mini is plus half. And that's a look at the field for the third race, start of the place accumulator. The Tab for Racing App Open Maiden for fillies and mares over 1,600 metres. And with the scratching of number 1, Heart of Eternity, there are 13 runners that have gone down to the 1,600 metre marker. Here is Neil Pretorius with his assessment of the third race.
Thank you, Nico. Welcome back to Fairview this afternoon to the viewers out there. 1,600 metres. It is the first leg of our local place accumulator, the Tab 4 Racing App Open Maiden Fillies and Mares. Looking at the runners going to post, now we've got the confidence from the stable of Jean Nel, right, and he was very grateful that Mrs. Plattner and that Andre Nel, the trainer in the Western Cape, have allowed him the opportunity with this daughter of Global View. She was bred out by the local stud at Ascot Stud, and I see they've got a good book coming up at the sale now in a week's time as well. Global Avenue went to post like you want a horse that is fancied by the stable to go to post. What a beautiful mover. Floated to post, that's the only word that I can use to describe it effectively, and I thought that number 2 went down beautifully. If you like this, that is enough confidence to watch how the daughter of Global View covers ground. She really floated to post, and I'm going to tip her from a 14 draw over a mile. I'm going to tip her as an outright win selection, and I'm sure a lot of viewers out there will have taken a chance this afternoon after getting the confidence from the stable to possibly bank her the 2 Global Avenue. I have as well. She's a tall filly. Her work has been very, very good. She races from a wide draw, but the long run, the long straight will suit. And I must say that did catch the eye on the local debut last time out as well. So for me, banker in the place accumulator. Now we're going to look at the other runners, and the next one up is number 8, because I thought that moved very well to post as well, and that is Butterfly Queen from the Jacques Stradom stable. Now, went down very well to post, and I see the lengths, 8 lengths, 4 lengths, well 4.8 lengths, and then 4 lengths again. So obviously Jacques Stradom's runner is starting to improve a little bit. It must be a big price. I'm not sure what the price is about number 8 at the moment. I see it's 17 Rand on the tote and 4 Rand 40 a place. This horse moved well enough to suggest that you consider and include in your quartets for the quartet punters. Even if you are playing a big place accumulator, maybe put this in at any type of price. Moved well to post. Next up was number 10, and that's Royal Venus from the Tara Lang stable. I see Tara's runners have had a decent day thus far. They've been in the money, and I like what I saw of their runner in the previous race. We'll be with that next time. Number 10, Royal Venus from the Tara Lang stable. The comment was, at the weights, a good chance. That's what Gavin Fenter said, but does prefer Polly. But you can see there, it moved down well enough to post. You can't leave this out of your trifectas and quartets. Chase rides it. But I must say, I agree with Gavin that yet to show on turf. Has had numerous races on the turf and yet to show on the turf, but at 5 starts. But on the poly it has placed, but went down well. So that's why I'm mentioning it. Then go to number 4, Aphrodite from the Alan Greef stable. Never far off them, and Alan did say will be competitive, the daughter of Karari. She's a 4-year-old. She's had 13 starts in her career thus far. She's run a 2nd and numerous 3rds and a 4th as well. Richard rides her, and she's drawn 6. Let's see how she goes. I can't tell you much about her moving to post, because as you can see, she went down with the lead horse, the pony, to post this afternoon. Then I want to mention a runner at a decent price, and that's number 7, 40 Hot. I see there's a touch of support now. When I looked early on, it was 11 Rand on the tote. It's now 6.90 and 1 Rand 90 a place, and that was, and I glanced earlier, 7.40 Hot is shortened in the market. Went down full of bounce, had to post, but full of bounce. Going to post. Mungo rides as well, and nicely weighted, they said, when Nadine spoke to them in the week, and Gavin said nicely weighted, and he gave her a quartet chance as well from a plum draw of 2. She's got about 5 lengths though to feature, to fight out the winner's position. So for me, numbers in order going to post: 2, 8, 10, 4 and 7, although the 7 was hacked. We can't go that wide. I do see the weighted to win team went quite wide in their place accumulator. I'm going to be brave. I went out my bipot in the previous race with number 1 running out of the bipot, but I've stuck to my guns this afternoon. I think there's a lot of value on the card this afternoon for the viewers out there and the punters, and I'll make number 2, Global Avenue, a banker in the place accumulator. If it runs out of the first 3, I'll be really, really surprised. Now, I want to mention a comment that when I listened to all the interviews, and I listened to them very carefully and I made the notes, and verbatim, Sharon Kotson said about number 13, almost, now I missed it going to post, so I can't give you a comment there. Number 13, almost in Seattle, Sharon Kotson did say very happy with the recent run. She's doing well, and I actually give her a chance today. Now, when a comment like that comes from the Sharon Kotson stable, then you need to take note. So I never included it in my initial selections, but having listened to Sharon say that, there I can see the 13 go down now, went down okay to post. Maybe include the 13 almost in Seattle in your bets. We're going to cross over to Nico Kritsiotis. They are loading first leg of the PA.
Thanks very much, Neil. Loading up at the mile start. Just Forever's gone in. 40 Hot and Anna Karenina moved up. This is Dashing Legend now about to take up her position. Butterfly Queen. Riders off Dashing Legend now. She got down to the stalls there. Kendall Mini is off at the moment. Almost in Seattle is about to come forward with Kung Fu Lightning. Riders back on Dashing Legend. Celtic Vixen's about to go forward. Sarnish Girl, Oceans Apart. Sarnish Girl, Oceans Apart to move up with Aphrodite. Royal Venus and Global Avenue drawn deep. Aphrodite, Oceans Apart, Royal Venus and Global Avenue. Those are the ones still left to load up for the opening leg of today's place accumulator. Royal Venus and Global Avenue about to come in. We're all set to go. 1,600 meters to race, and away and racing. They got them away to a good enough beginning. If anything, Butterfly Queen might have been a bit tardy to begin with, and Dashing Legend has dropped out of it early on. Just Forever was the first to react from the start. Kung Fu Lightning's gone right up there. Also too is 40 Hot in the leading line. Royal Venus is up on the outsides of runners. Almost in Seattle is racing very wide in those early stages. Then we go back behind those to Sarnish Girl, who's racing quite some way back in the field. Behind that is Oceans Apart, who's midfield now, 8 lengths off the leader. Butterfly Queen, Anna Karenina, Celtic Vixen. Global Avenue is 10, 11 lengths off the leader, and racing quite well back in the lineup here, and Dashing Legend is a long way last. They're about to turn into the home straight. They race down with 850 meters left to go, and Kung Fu Lightning's going to bring them for home, a couple clear from Almost in Seattle and Royal Venus, the closest to it. 40 Hot is racing back in 4th position. Down along the inside of those is Just Forever, Butterfly Queen. Further back in the field is Aphrodite, looking for Global Avenue towards the outside. Still got 5 lengths to make up. And then came Celtic Vixen inside the last 500 meters now, and 40 Hot comes to up the lead here. Along the inside of those comes Celtic Vixen. Global Avenue still got 4 lengths to go. Anna Karenina into the last 200 meters now. Celtic Vixen from 40 Hot. Further back to Anna Karenina, and Global Avenue is now starting to warm to the task. In front is Celtic Vixen, but here comes Global Avenue to pick up the lead. And Global Avenue comes to Celtic Vixen and goes away to win it. Global Avenue will beat home Celtic Vixen. Third to Anna Karenina. Close for 4th. It was just a case of when the button was going to be pressed, because what a beautiful looking animal she is. She's got a huge stride on her, and Neil read it absolutely perfectly. On looks, there was only one horse to beat, and that had to be Global Avenue, and she's brought her A game to the course today. For Jean Nel, Sabine Plattner is the winning owner. And this one was ridden perfectly by Kelvin Habib. We're not going to get the slow motion, the slow motion side on, but here's the head on. Celtic Vixen is in front, picked up the lead here from 40 Hot, who went early, has to be said. Sarnish Girl towards the outside, Anna Karenina. And unfortunately, we've got a malfunction of the equipment here. But it's suffice to say that Global Avenue and Kelvin Habib have picked up a good win here in race 3. Well done to the whole Sabine Plattner outfit. This was bred at Ascot Stud. Here we go. Maybe this will work. This time round, you'll see 40 Hot and Clive Murphy's colours, the black and white, being tackled now by Celtic Vixen. Montana Turner's also got her stable in terrific form. This is a good run by Celtic Vixen, who picked up the lead. On the outside, Global Avenue just had to warm to the task, and that she's doing. She's going to pick them up now. A change of the stick by Kelvin from his right to his left had the desired effect. Although she starts hanging under the left-handed ride here, she'll still pick it up to beat home Celtic Vixen. Anna Karenina will run into 3rd. It was close for 4th. Involved there were Royal Venus and Aphrodite along the inside, but Global Avenue comes to pick up the much smaller individual Celtic Vixen and gets away to win it by a neck to half a length over here. Victory for Global Avenue. 2nd to Celtic Vixen. 3rd to Anna Karenina. 4th, Aphrodite just gets 4th, ahead of Royal Venus. And further back in the field, were the rest of them here. So here it is, a nice close-up shot of the favourite Global Avenue winning under Kelvin Habib. Here's the head-on replay, and this is 40 Hot. Had come to the front. Now Celtic Vixen with a headband on comes to tackle. Global Avenue on the right being produced. You'll see the change of the stick now because wants to lug inwards onto Anna Karenina. There's the stick change, and Kelvin Habib comes through on Global Avenue to collar the rank outsider Celtic Vixen in the run down to the line. Third, Anna Karenina, Aphrodite, Royal Venus, and Sarnish Girl with the next front turn. And returning to the winners enclosure here is number 2, Global Avenue. Well done to winning rider Kelvin Habib. Winning trainer Jean Nel. Owner is Mrs. Sabine Plattner, and the winning breeders Ascot Stud. 5-year-old bay mare by Global View out of the Albert Hall mare Avenue of Gold.
Welcome back, and it's not wonderful when you have the transparency coming through from a trainer from the yard saying big run, I expected to win, and it wins accordingly. Global Avenue, well done to Mrs. Plattner watching, well done to you ma'am, well done to Jean Nel stable, and I thought a very good ride from the back of the field. Kelvin Habib, we'll chat to him in a short while as well. With me the winning groom, well done, and that's Younger, nice to be in the winner's box this afternoon, very well done to you. Looking very smart and well done to you. Okay, there we go, grab the microphone there next to you, Kelv, there we go. Nice to have you back in the winner's box, and the Platinum Silks come right in there. They want to see you head on. And yeah, we were talking about tall filly, tall leggy filly. And yeah, you had your hands busy. She was moving left and right, and you're trying to keep her on a straight line. You're trying to change the stick at the right time to win, which I think was the winning factor. But well done.
Thank you very much. Look, probably wasn't my neatest ride, but you know, at least the numbers in the board. Look, I just want to thank Mr. Nel, because I came with sort of a plan to try and go overcome the draw and everything like that. He said to me, just ride with confidence, and yeah, look, she was accordingly like that in the race. She jumped out, and I looked to get a little bit of a spot, and I landed up towards the back of the field, but I knew 600 out. She started building up well under me, and yeah, when I asked her, she gave it to me nicely. Did recommend putting a small pair of blinkers on, because she does run around for the stick, but I thought it was a win full of merit, and yeah, good luck to Mr. Nel. Thank you very much for the opportunity. He always throws me a bone when I come here, and to Mrs. Plattner, honoured to ride a win in these colours.
Well, we love having you back in the country. We've mentioned that throughout the country as well. Are we going to be seeing quite a bit more of you here in the Eastern Cape?
Yeah, look, we'll definitely have a chat about it and see what's on the cards. But as I say, yeah, look, it is definitely on the cards, and just happy, to get the support all around the country. As a jockey, you got to be grateful when you do get support from the outside centres. So, yeah, just really enjoying my racing at the moment, and wherever it'll take me, I'll be grateful and do my best that I can.
Have a saddle, we'll travel.
100%.
Lovely having you here. Well done, Calvin. Let's go to the winning trainer, Jean Nell, and Jean coming to the picture, and we must give him his 5 cents worth here this afternoon as well, because when you go on the air and you tell people, I expected to win, it's a lot of pressure that you put on yourself. You're training this one for Mrs. Plattner as well, so she'll be happy about that. Talking about Mrs. Plattner, Marilyn, bring that into picture, and let's focus in on the Racehorse Owners Association member. 15,000 Rand extra going towards Mrs. Plattner. Very well done. Jean, you'll be happy with that.
Yeah, Neil, very happy with that, very pleased, I can't take too much credit. Andre's done all the work. I think I've given her one piece of hard work since she's been here. She's a very tall filly, and she's not very wide, but she's easy just to keep her ticking over, and having watched the last race, I really thought she could oblige in this race here.
What is the arrangement now? Will she stay here for a couple of more runs for another season at least?
Neil, I like what Calvin said when he got off her. He said she won with a bit of hand, and he thinks that she could maybe go on a little bit. I'm not quite sure exactly what Mrs. Plattner and him want to do, and Andre. We'll have a chat about it, but maybe give her another run or two and see if she can step up to it. Otherwise, she'll get a good home as all Mrs. Plattner's other horses had done.
Well, you've had an association with Mrs. Plattner for some time, going back many years when you were still as assistant trainer out on the West Coast.
Yeah, I did, and good people to work for. It was a good team, really loved my time there, and always grateful for that.
Tremendous. Very well done to you, and thanks once again from the punters.
Thank you.
That's John Nell, ladies and gentlemen, in the winner's box this afternoon. I thought a good ride. Global Avenue wasn't an easy ride. We heard what the jockey had to say, and also the feedback was pretty good. Just a quick reminder, coming up, race.
The first to react from the start, Kung Fu Lightning's gone right up there. Also too is 40 Hot in the leading line. Royal Venus is up on the outsides. The runners almost in Seattle is racing very wide in those early stages. Then we go back behind those to Sarnish Girl, who's racing quite some way back in the field. Behind that is Oceans Apart, who's midfield now 8 lengths off the leader. Butterfly Queen, Anna Karenina, Celtic Vixen. Global Avenue is 10-11 lengths off the leader, and racing quite well back in the lineup here, and Dashing Legend is a long way last. They're about to turn into the home straight. They race down with 850 metres left to go, and Kung Fu Lightning's going to bring them for home a couple clear from Almost in Seattle and Royal Venus, the closest to it. 40 Hot is racing back in 4th position. Down along the inside of those is Just Forever, Butterfly Queen. Further back in the field is Aphrodite, looking for Global Avenue towards the outside. Still got 5 lengths to make up. And then came Celtic Vixen inside the last 500 metres now, and 40 Hot comes to pick up the lead here. Along the inside of those comes Celtic Vixen. Global Avenue still got 4 lengths to go. Anna Karenina into the last 200 metres now. Celtic Vixen from 40 Hot. Further back to Anna Karenina. Global Avenue is now starting to warm to the task. In front is Celtic Vixen, but here comes Global Avenue to pick up the lead. And Global Avenue comes to Celtic Vixen and goes away to win it. Global Avenue will beat Holmes, racing back in 4th position. Down along the inside of those is Just Forever, Butterfly Queen. Further back in the field is Aphrodite, looking for Global Avenue towards the outside. Still got 5 lengths to make up. And then came Celtic Vixen inside the last 500 metres now, and 40 Hot comes to pick up the lead here. Along the inside of those comes Celtic Vixen. Global Avenue still got 4 lengths to go. Anna Karenina into the last 200 metres now. Celtic Vixen from 40 Hot. Further back to Anna Karenina. Global Avenue is now starting to warm to the task. In front is Celtic Vixen, but here comes Global Avenue to pick up the lead. And Global Avenue comes to Celtic Vixen and goes away to win it. Global Avenue will beat home Celtic Vixen. 3rd to Anna Karenina.
Thank you very much. I see our pictures are going out live. Welcome to Fairview this afternoon. 1600 meters the race. It's the Tab Telebet 0861 0000822 merit rated 66 handicap. And it's race 4 on the card. Means pick 6 time coming up now. Tricky pick 6 for the punters this afternoon, but if you do play it right, you're going to be standing in the queue for a decent return. Let's go to the runners. One in front there is number 1, Green Falcon. That's a runner I asked Gavin Smith about early on today. But back on the turf, I think you're going to get a much improved run. Likes the course and distance. Number 2 is Humble Tune from the Zitzman Oosthuizen stable. Races for Zitz and for George Christikos. I'm sure they'll be watching. And the African Betting Clan guys. Craig Zaki rides this afternoon. The comment is pulled up well, doesn't like the soft, and very good race is expected. Just to let you know that the going is now good. It's not soft as was posted earlier on. So that's also in Humble Tune's favour. Number 3 is Gunsmoke, the horse they've been talking about the past week from the Tara Lang stable. Tara's runner's running well this afternoon. Possibly the one to beat, has raced well on the poly, but seems to be versatile and has run well on the turf previously as well. Number 5 is Path of Choice, and that's Richard Ferree's mount, the 7-year-old son of Pathfork. This afternoon he's a 5-time winner. A little bit of work to do to win. I think won its penultimate start, but taking on quite a bit stronger in my opinion. Number 6 is Great Ecstasy from the Sharon Kotson stable. Louis Makotwa rides this afternoon for Sharon. Runs best on the poly. I prefer that runner on poly. The runners for the first leg of the Pick 6 race 4, they are almost out on the track already. Nico, we'll hand straight over to you.
Thanks very much. Our runners for the 4th race, opening leg of the Pick 6, are coming out onto the course. It's the Tab Telebet 0861 0000822 merit rated 66 handicap to be run over a mile. Look at number 5 here, Path of Choice, races without the blinkers today. Richard Ferree. 6 is Great Ecstasy, Louis Nkotwa. 7 Empire Blue, Sandile Kati, the horse before them that's already cantering past, is number 2, Humble Tune. And Craig Zaki. That's Humble Tune on his way to the start as we watch number 7 Empire Blue Parade with 8 Homer Fidget, Dennis Schwarz. This is Great Ecstasy, number 6. Going down to the start with 5 Path of Choice. Blinker update. The blinkers come off today for the run. Empire Blue cantering past. On parade is number 3 Gunsmoke, Chase Morjan. This is Homer Fidget. Here's Gunsmoke, number 3, Chase Morjan. Number 4, Jean Paul, Yuse Ramzan. Next to go to the start is 11 Grand Destiny, Mozieni. That's right, it's number 11 Grand Destiny. Number 10 is Captain's Walk, Jabu Jacobs. Nice to see Jabu down in the province again. It's a very good strike rate with Lungagila. 13 is Emerald Flame and Pumi Majorca. 12 is Sacred Valley. Right away is what looks to be a silver cap. Jason Gates. Looks like a silver cap there for the rider of Sacred Valley, of which Neil Pretorius has got a share in this. Number 12, Sacred Valley for the Duncan McKenzie stable. 9 was Cross Examiner, another one that has come out late with Calvin Habebon. So that's the field then, 13 of them. Green Falcon is the other one that's coming out late. Number 1, Green Falcon. Samanga Kamale, recipient of a win today already. One aboard Benelong Point, and Green Falcon has gone by, and here's the last one to post, number 9, Cross Examiner. That's the field then for the 4th race, start of the Pick 6. Neil will update you on how the pool's looking. The stake of the race is 71,000 rand.
much, Nico. Competitive race, first leg of the Pick 6 this afternoon. As mentioned earlier on, if you do get the numbers right today, this Pick 6 could really be a profitable one for even the smaller punter that just takes a 5% or 10%. That's the way I see it. I'm going to kick off with the runner which is Gunsmoke. This moved well enough to post this afternoon. Has raced on the poly the last 3 outings, but has also won on the turf before, so I don't think that's an issue at all. Returned this afternoon to the turf, but it's holding form. That's the 3 going to post. Moved well enough to post. I just want to mention a runner that I did mention early on today when doing the preview. I said that my value in the race was number 4, Jean Paul from the Sharon Kotzen stable. Now, I'm allowed to impress me going to post. Needs to learn to relax. That's the comment from the stable for number 4, Jean Paul. Tries further, and if settles, will run on. Not the best mover to post. Almost need to post. A winner of its last start. Tries a mile this afternoon. Sharon did say it might just be a touch on the far side. Maybe 1400 would have been better. But if they can get to switch Jean Paul off, this horse should be able to run into the money, running on strongly. Actually looked better when you saw it on the slower motion now to live going down to post. Then the other runners that moved well to post. I thought that number 8, Homer Fidget, was the best mover to post. Now, I'm thinking clearly now, if I played a Pick 6, this was not included. Number 8, Homer Fidget from the Jean Nel stable. On paper, I think a bit of work to do. It did run on late, but this is the best that I've seen Homer Fidget, and I love this horse. So does Nadine, my co-presenter. She always talks about Homer Fidget. Everybody loves Homer Fidget, but moved freely to post in the sense of much better than he has been recently. So maybe include him in the bigger Pick 6 if you are playing one. He wasn't part of my selections until I saw him go down to post. Going to go straight to number 11, Grand Destiny from the Kelly Mitchley stable, holding decent form, and she did say a definite chance. Better off at the weights with Path of Choice today. So if you're in the corner of number 5, Path of Choice, the 7-year-old, then you have to like the 11 Grand Destiny, because at the weights, this runner in the colours of Suzette Fillion must have a chance as well. I like the way that moved to post. That is one of the 3 top movers going to post. Just to touch on seeing that Nico did mention that I have a share number 12, Sacred Valley. We are talking about if she doesn't show on the grass today, that more than likely we'll call it quits with her. We have been waiting for the grass, and obviously we all know that it's taken a while. She was very naughty in the parade ring. She was full of herself, and she was quite heady until she started moving to post. Then she started actually moving better than what I've seen her move thus far. She's under sufferance by quite some way. I can't see her featuring. If she does, it'll be a massive bonus. She's paying 18 Rand a place, and you've got to have a little nibble on the horse that you've got to share in just for the places. I don't give her any chance, though, to be quite honest. But that's racing. So for me, let's just narrow it down. I want to also mention quickly number 1, Green Falcon from the Gavin Smith stable. Ran behind the useful Bournemouth on the turf. The last 4 runs have been poly. 5 runs back was on the turf. Ran second, almost a winner, and just stopped late. Very late on that occasion. It looked like it was going to go on to win that occasion. And Bournemouth came out to win, beating Green Falcon. So maybe that is an automatic inclusion in your Pick 6. How would you structure the Pick 6? You're either in the corner of number 3, Gunsmoke, 11, Grand Destiny, and then you've got to start adding numbers, including the 4, Jean Paul, number 6, Great Ecstasy from the Sharon Kotzen stable, number 8, Homer Fidget on the way it moved to post. Have to all be considered as well. If you're not playing a Pick 6, just a quick reminder on the tote, you can become part of the jackpot. There's a first jackpot starting in race 5. There's a second jackpot starting in race 6. So many different options of different types of bets. The jackpot, in my opinion, today is the right bet. Both the jackpots, because you're eliminating quite a difficult field, which is this first leg right now. The current Pick 6 pool is about 320,000. I'm sure it'll go at least 100 before they open the gates for the opening leg this afternoon. Just to mention that we did chat to Richard Fourie earlier on today, and we chatted to Alan Greef, and he said that they're getting stronger as the day progresses. So for the jackpot punters, heed that advice and include Alan Greef's runners a little bit later on as well. Just a quick reminder for me, for the viewers out there, my value on the day in the last race this afternoon, a runner that was quoted at a decent price in race 9, number 7, Vegas Gold. I think that's my value bet on the card. The best bet on the card arrived in the previous race, number 2, Global Avenue. My best value is race 9, number 7, Vegas Gold. They're starting to load, Nico, for the pick 6. We'll hand over to you.
Quite right. Pick 6 time. They're going forward at the 1600 metre mark. Great Ecstasy was the first horse to load. Empire Blue has come in. Here's Path of Choice. Home of Fidget with Green Falcon. Green Falcon coming in. Cross Examiner. Jean Paul, those will be the next 2. Captain's Walk and Humble Tune with Grand Destiny. Gunsmoke still to load. Sacred Valley and Emerald Flame. So loading up quite nicely down at the mile start. Captain's Walk went in. Jean Paul, Humble Tune. This is Gunsmoke. Sacred Valley, the rider wears the silver cap here. And Emerald Flame to complete the lineup. Sacred Valley, halfway in. Sacred Valley's just pause going forward there. Emerald Flame to move in as well. Those 2 the last ones. Closing the back gates. Sacred Valley. Gone in. All set. And racing away from that 1600 metre marker to a good enough start for them. Great Ecstasy was the first to react from the word go with there. Green Falcon is also showing good early toe on the outside. Emerald Flame has gone to search for a better position. Further back to Grand Destiny is not far off them in the early part. Empire Blue follows those through and is racing just above midfield, and racing further back in the field is Gunsmoke at 7 lengths off the leader. Behind that came Humble Tune, who's got 8 or 9 lengths to find on them. Jean Paul is racing further back with Home of Fidget, and Captain's Walk is at the rear. Now Emerald Flame has gone straight to the front now, and they reach the 900 metre mark. It's Emerald Flame that's gone to the front by 2 lengths. Racing up into second position is Grand Destiny on the outside of Great Ecstasy. Then Vulcan up along the inside. Path of Choice. In Cross Examiner, Gunsmoke is dead up the centre. Got 5 lengths to make up. Humble Tune, then came Home of Fidget, and Jean Paul races further back with Captain's Walk and Sacred Valley. 500 metres left to go, and Emerald Flame in front. Down along the inside is Great Ecstasy. Green Falcon looms up large down the inside. Gunsmoke makes progress on the outside of them. Then came further back in the field. Down along the inside, running on now strongly is Empire Blue. Here comes Empire Blue. Gunsmoke's up the centre. Then Green Falcon and Grand Destiny racing further back. Home of Fidget. Gunsmoke is coming home strongly with Grand Destiny. Gunsmoke and Grand Destiny down to the line, and Gunsmoke has beaten Grand Destiny. Third place, that'll go to Empire Blue with Home of Fidget on the premises 2, Path of Choice. Green Falcon loomed up early on in the straight. You'll look at the inside, Empire Blue, but Gunsmoke all the while has been making up ground down the centre for the Tara Langstable and Chase Morjan. Grand Destiny flashing up. Here comes Home of Fidget, Path of Choice. Gunsmoke and Grand Destiny to fight it out. On the outside is Home of Fidget, also flies up late with Empire Blue. But victory's going to go to Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke gets there shorted from Grand Destiny. Home of Fidget's actually run into third. The good-looking Home of Fidget third. Empire Blue fourth, and then Path of Choice back in fifth position. They were clear of Green Falcon. Further back in the field came Great Ecstasy. And also there was Humble Tune. Here's a look at the head-on replay. Well, Green Falcon soon tired, and Empire Blue flashes up along the inside. But here is Gunsmoke to come through and win it, rewarded for consistency today. The colours of Messrs. Van Staden, Rampier, Mr. DB and Mrs. J.L. Lang. And well done to Tara Lang and to Gavin Fenter. It's nice to have a winner. And they've been on the board throughout the afternoon here. So Gunsmoke beats home Grand Destiny. Great run home of Fidget in third. Good to see the Grand Old Man back. And Empire Blue will pick up the fourth stake check. Path of Choice was fifth. Returning to the number one box in a driving finish. Gunsmoke, well done to winning rider Chase Morjan for the Tara Lang stable. The third career win for Gunsmoke from 27 outings. 5-year-old bay gelding by Noble Tune. Out of the Western Wintermare Misty River. Riding with a lot of confidence is Chase Morjan. Nice to have Tara Lang and Gavin Fenter in the winners' enclosure today. Owned by Messrs. PJ van Staden, A. Rampier, Mr. DB and Mrs. J.L. Lang. Bred by the Rathmore stud nominee, Mr. M.A. McCarty. Well done to Mike. Gunsmoke is now a 3-time winner. Strong ride Chase Morjan gets Gunsmoke to win today, beating home into second, number 11, Grand Destiny, and the rank outsider, Homer Fidget. Number 8 has finished up in third. Up the centre, then Green Falcon and Grand Destiny racing further back. Homer Fidget, Gunsmoke is coming home strongly with Grand Destiny. Gunsmoke and Grand Destiny down to the line, and Gunsmoke has beaten Grand Destiny. Third place, that'll go to Empire Blue with Homer Fidget on the premises.
is firing for Gunsmoke. First leg of the pick six this afternoon. You had quite a lot of positivity coming through, looking for a big run from their yard, and duly obliged. So well done to Tara Lang and Gavin Fenton, the entire crew, and as well, obviously, to Chase. I thought a top ride. Standing with me on behalf of Lungani is Timber. He's collecting the 1,500 rand. Tell him very well done.
Thank you.
Okay, well done. There's a man that everyone's talking about all over the country at the moment, because things are going according to plan. You're putting in the time, effort. I know you hear us talk about it and we sing your praises, but it's great when you just see there's all of a sudden there's a spring in the step, there's a bit of fire. Chase, we like what we see. Well done.
Yeah, thank you. The fire's been dim for a long time,
Yeah.
but thankfully we've had a few winners down, confidence up. A little bit of a slow start to the new season, but it'll turn soon.
How important is that confidence as a jock?
Very important. When the confidence goes, you start changing things, you try a bit harder. When you've got the confidence, you just let things happen, basically.
Absolutely. Now, take us through the race with Gunsmoke, because the stable felt very confident of a big run this afternoon. Yourself, when you looked at the field?
On paper, I thought I'd want us to beat the horse in second, but like I said, I haven't sat on the horse, but on paper it was my best ride of the day.
All right, well done to you.
Yeah, I just well done to Tara and the team. You know, we've gone back obviously a very long time, and it's nice to be reunited in the game.
All right, well, hopefully we'll see you a bit later. Let's go to Tara. She's standing by. Nice to see the folks here as well. They're also part owners. Tara, welcome back with a bang. I mean, the stable, you've had a couple of places early on today. You'll be happy with that. Nothing better than being in the winner's box.
Yeah, like what Chase said, it's been a very frustrating sort of start to the season. No winners, but I was sitting on a 75% place percentage, which is quite high. So it just shows, you know, that the horses are knocking on the door. It's great to have Chase back. He knows what we like, what we don't like. I think Chase's riding has improved tenfold from what he was when he rode for me for many seasons. He's a powerful rider, and he places the horses, you know, exactly where you want them to be. Going back to Gunsmoke, I mean, isn't he just ultra consistent? I mean, he's never been out the money since, you know, he's relocated from Durban. I've got to thank Des Gonzalez for that. And also Ewan, you know, Ewan picked up the phone, he phoned Uncle Des and said, please mum these horses, and a truckload of horses actually arrived.
Oh, well done.
So, yeah, you know, there's always a second outlet here in Port Elizabeth. But saying that, I'm not disrespecting anyone. You know, the P horses have really upped their game. I mean, I see it time and time again when I open the race cards. Not like it was 10 years ago, that's for sure. So well done, you know, to Gunsmoke. He's holding his form, to Mum, to David, to Avinash Rampier, and to Cobus van Staden.
Tremendous. Hope to see anything else on the day coming up?
Yeah, I look a bit gutted. Grey Smoke got beat there. Yeah. I think he was a deserving winner. But, you know, we'll bring him back. We had a couple of problems with his shins. Going on forward, I think we've got the 3 fillies now. If I had to earmark, very open race, but probably Cavia and Scara.
If I may just come in there, I think they priced that up completely wrong. I know it's more of a poly horse, but I think the price at the moment is good value.
Yeah, I had a good look at her this morning. She's looking well. She's got that right, nice, like, rich coat, colour coming through in her coat. She's a big filly. She's not small, you know. She's quite a bit of a galoof. And then what else have we got? We've got Stolen Kiss. I think we've got Bonnaroo to beat there. But I tell you what, you know, we'll make her presence felt. And then to round us off, we've got poor old Alverny Warrior, who I think we scratched 5 times due to change of surface, you know, going from the grass onto the poly. He cannot run on the poly. So if he comes out fresh, he'll run a good race. But, you know, he's quite quirky. He's not an easy horse. But thankfully, early on in his career, no Chase has ridden him. And just before I run off, well done to Gav, well done to Ewan, to the guys at home, and a big thank you to Top Bet.
Well
thank
done,
you.
Tara. Well, very well done. Let's go to, no, can I catch you, me, Mr. and Mrs. Lang. Gav, will you? There we go. Come into picture, Mrs. Lang. Nice to have you on course as well. Husband's a little bit camera shy. Come in here, ma'am. Very well done. Lovely to come to the course. Obviously, you've got Tara, and it's nice to see things happening. And just you, I watch when you skip down the stairs. It does put a spring in your step when you have a winner.
Yeah. I just want to say thank you to Tara and Gavin and Chase. And very well done.
All right.
Very happy.
I know you're always on course, but it's lovely to have you in the website.
Every week.
Every week. Well done, ma'am.
Okay.
There we go. Well done to Mr. and Mrs. Lang as well. And well done to Quibus. I'm sure that you're a happy man. You did mention this on the Straight Line PA group that you belong to as well. The guys, I'm sure, had a nibble each way.
Gone in. set and racing away from that 1600 meter marker, so a good enough start for them. Great Ecstasy was the first to react from the word go, with Cross Examiner, Path of Choices up there. Green Falcon is also showing good early toe on the outside. Emerald Flame has gone to search for a better position. Further back to Grand Destiny, is not far off them in the early part. Empire Blue follows those through and is racing just above midfield, and racing further back in the field is Gunsmoke at 7 lengths off the leader. Behind that came Humble Tune, who's got 8 and 9 lengths to find on them. Jean Paul is racing further back with Homer Fidget, and Captain's Walk is at the rear. Now Emerald Flame has gone straight to the front now, and they reach the 900 meter mark. It's Emerald Flame that's gone to the front by 2 lengths. Racing up into second position is Grand Destiny on the outside of Great Ecstasy. Then another 2 lengths away to Green Falcon along the inside. Path of Choice, then Cross Examiner. Gunsmoke is dead up the centre. Got 5 lengths to make up. Humble Tune, then came Homer Fidget, and Jean Paul races further back with Captain's Walk and Sacred Valley. 500 metres left to go, and Emerald Flame in front. Down along the inside is Great Ecstasy. Green Falcon looms up large down the inside. Gunsmoke makes progress on the outside of them. Then came further back in the field, down along the inside, running on now strongly is Empire Blue. Here comes Empire Blue. Gunsmoke's up the centre. Then Green Falcon and Grand Destiny racing further back. Homer Fidget. Gunsmoke is coming home strongly with Grand Destiny. Gunsmoke and Grand Destiny down to the line, and Gunsmoke has beaten Grand Destiny. The inside, Path of Choice, then Cross Examiner. Gunsmoke is dead up the centre. Got 5 lengths to make up. Humble Tune, then came Homer Fidget, and Jean Paul races further back with Captain's Walk and Sacred Valley. 500 metres left to go, and Emerald Flame in front. Down along the inside is Great Ecstasy. Green Falcon looms up large down the inside. Gunsmoke makes progress on the outside of them. Then came further back in the field, down along the inside, running on now strongly is Empire Blue. Here comes Empire Blue. Gunsmoke's up the centre. Then Green Falcon and Grand Destiny racing further back. Homer Fidget. Gunsmoke is coming home strongly with Grand Destiny. Gunsmoke and Grand Destiny down to the line, and Gunsmoke has beaten Grand Destiny. Third place, that'll go to Empire.
Thank you very much. Welcome back. And yes, take the Fairview Jackpot 1 with tab4racing.com. Win big this afternoon. And it's a fillies and mares event over 1,600 meters, a competitive one. And I was just saying to our on-course photographer, to Pauline Herman, what a beautiful looking individual. Number one is Sugarberry. This is a chestnut filly. She's by Ideal World out of a Silvana mare. Beautiful pedigree. Bred out at Wilgenbos and Maritzfontein. No wonder. And Daryl Utah and the Schechters and the guys are all involved here. 2 wins out of 7 on the turf, but goodness gracious, one day when she leaves the course, she's going to make proper babies. There's lots of space in her. She's broad in front, she's broad behind, got a lovely girth, nice mover. She really does catch the eye in the parade ring. She races for the Alan Greef stable, and the comment from Alan Greef was, just the more I see of this horse, it's stalking the parade ring. Alan did say better turf horse and will run well, and I think that speaks volumes. If you're playing a jackpot and you did not include the one earlier on, Sugarberry has to go into your jackpot. I see Darren Burrows took the field here in the first leg of his jackpot. Number 2 is Willow Lane. This is from the Tara Lang stable. They won the previous race. They've had a couple of places as well. No showing much at the moment. It's a prep run and does need a lot further. That was the comment from the yard. Wayne Negrella rides from gate 14. Number 3 is an interesting runner. That's Unyielding. Also from the Greef stable, Richard Ferree rides. We spoke to Richard and Alan earlier on today. And the comment from the stable was that Richard did advise Alan to find turf and find a mile, and then she's in with a winning chance. Well, Alan says he found the mile, he found the turf. Now it's up to Richard. From a plum draw this afternoon, number 3, Unyielding, must be considered and included. Number 4 is the smaller number 4, Opera Swing, the daughter of Oratorio. She's 6 years old. She's a 4-time winner, and doesn't matter what she runs on, who she runs against. She flies up late. You'll only hear Nico call her in the final 200. She's got a slight preference for Polly, that's my opinion, but she will be flying late on the turf as well, and she too needs to go into your jackpot. If that is the 5 behind her, I think it is. It's number 5, Raspberry Beret, a 5-year-old daughter by Wiley Hall. Muzi Yeni rides her for the Kelly Mitchley stable. Kelly did say enjoys the turf and a decent run is expected. It's her 3rd local start. Her first local start was on the Polly. Last time out she would improve leaps and bounds on the turf, and today she should be spot on for her best run at the venue, shall I say. Now, number 6, Sarajevo. We always, if Nadine was here, she'd pick this in the parade ring because we always talk about this big, beautiful mare. She's a daughter of Trippy as well, and Jurgen van Heerden trains her. And she hasn't raced since the 14th of April. She did win 2 in a row on the turf as well previously, of which was on the 1600. I'm not quite sure what they're expecting today, maybe still in need of the outing, but she has won from a wide draw before. I know when Rachel rode her previously as well, and then Rachel won on her. 4-month break, waiting for the grass, and loves the course and distance. So another runner that you need to consider. I must say the coat needs to be a little bit more shiny. I've seen it shine a bit more than it currently is. Let's move on to the one that caught my eye the moment it walked into the parade ring, and that was number 7, Saint Anastasia. Saint Anastasia races for the Jean Null stable. Jean gave us a little bit of confidence early on today, and on the group message that he does send out, he did say each way claims for the daughter of Master of My Fate. Louis Makotwa rides her for Jean, and we know that Louis and Jean have a very good strike rate as well. If not winning, they're always in the money. Drawn 4, lots of little boxes ticked this afternoon, and could be her swan song before she goes off to the paddocks. That's what Jean told Nadine when he spoke to her. And she's versatile on both surfaces. I definitely think that she'll be in the shake-up this afternoon. Lovely shining coat. I don't think Jean could have done more with her at home than what he has. She looks well. Number 8 is Soft Touch. Chase Magini won the previous race, drawn lovely at 5 this afternoon. A one-time winner from 16 starts, a daughter of Canford Cliffs, bred out at Himmel and Arde Stud in the colours of Lorette Lowe. On paper, I think a little bit of work to do, but the stable is featuring this afternoon. Walking along with the pony in the parade ring, the lead horse, is number 9, Trip to Barberton. When I asked the trainer Gavin Smith early on to point out any other runners that I possibly didn't mention, this was the first one he mentioned. He said, I'm expecting a good run from Trip to Barberton. That's number 9 in the race this afternoon. Working well, will enjoy the long straight, was a comment when he was interviewed in the week for this afternoon's meeting. Samanga Kamala rides from gate 7 today. And the first run here on the local turf, or on the local front, was on Polly, so it wasn't on the turf. And I can just pick up, there's a little bit of confidence coming through that Trip to Barberton will be at her best this afternoon, a daughter of Trippy. How well has the Trippies done? Number 10 is Respectable Miss, racing in the colours of the Sherrills, and the daughter of Jackson. She's trained by Alan Greef, Kendall Mini rides. She's drawn out wide at 15 this afternoon, but I must say, from the moment she walked in the ring, you just see dapples. Her neck, her front shoulders, everything dappled up. Number 11 is Teardrop, which is from the Alan Greef stable. A bit of work to do as well. Number 12, Global Rush, is a runner that we need to consider from the Sharon Kotson stable. Pulled a hind quarter muscle previously, and is better than that last run. And then I'm just going to touch on the runners numerically quickly. Number 13, Cavian's Cara from the Tara Lang stable. She also mentioned it, good value. I think it's big value as well. Number 14 is Maiden's Cove, Craig Zaki and Gavin Smith. And then number 15, Manera, the other runner from the Jean Nel stable. The runners are leaving the parade ring. There's one on course already. I'll cross over immediately to Nico Kritsiotis. We'll watch him move to post and make a final assumption.
Yeah, you're quite right. It's Raspberry Beret that's already out on the track. Muzieni got permission from Chief Stike Nicholas Shearer to take this horse out ahead of the others. So number 5, Raspberry Beret, Muzieni. Raspberry Beret racing without the earmuffs on today. The balance of the field heading out onto the course. Number 1, Sugar Berry, Sandile Kati. Top weight of 61 kilograms. 2 is Willow Lane, Wayne Agrella. 3, Unyielding, Richard Ferree. 4, Opera Swing, Jason Gates. 6, Sarajevo, to Dennis Schwartz. Cantering past is Sugarberry. There goes Sugarberry. Willow Lane is behind her. Unyielding will be next. Then Opera Swing number 4. On the track 7, Saint Anastasia, Louis Mkotwa. 8, Soft Touch, Chase Morjan with a white cap on. We're going to watch Saint Anastasia move on by now. Louis Mkotwa. Teardrop, Stallone Naidu. Soft Touch is number 8. White cap being worn by Chase Morjan. Number 12, Global Rush, Marco van Rensburg. 13, Cabian's Cara and Pumi Majorca. 15 is Manera, Kelvin Habib, plus a half. 14, Maiden's Cove. Craig Zaki rides plus a half. We've got number 9, Trip to Barberton, being ponied down. Samanga Kamalo, take the blinkers off, put cheek pieces on. 9, Trip to Barberton. Sarajevo making her way down the track. Dennis Schwarz, and the last horse, number 10, Respectable Miss Kendall Minnie. So it's a nice big field of 15 runners to contest race 5, the start of the first of the jackpots here this afternoon. 13:50, 10 to 2 is the off time for the 4Racing.tv fillies and mares 68 handicap. It's over a mile.
Thank you very much. Competitive race 5 this afternoon, and it's the first leg of the first jackpot. Get those jackpots on, and I must say the jackpot pools have been pretty good recently. As a matter of fact, most of the pools in the last couple of weeks have been growing. So thank you very much to the loyal supporters out there backing racing. If you love racing and you support racing, you need to bet with TAB and get those bets on to grow the pools. Without pools, there won't be racing. Let's look at the runners, and I've given numbers to Liesel, our producer, on course. 1, 3, 6, 7, 12 and 13. 1, 3, 6, 7, 12 and 13. And we'll stick to those, and then I'll come back and maybe mention 1 or 2 that obviously went down with the lead pony, etc. So what I'm talking about now is actually the runners that moved okay to post. Let's kick off with number 1, Sugarberry, and it's not often that I write wow, and that's exactly what I wrote here. Wow, this caught the big strong filly caught my eye in the parade ring. You heard me say that early on today. They've got the blinkers on and moved down beautifully to post. Have a look at that. Races for the Utah, the Currys, Schecters, Smith and the Greefs. Big, beautiful individual, and moves accordingly as well. Sure, reminds me of 1 or 2 of those top mares that used to race in Joburg many years ago. That's number 1, Sugarberry. Must go in. Make no mistake. Move on to number 3, Unyielding. This is where Richard Fourie is going to get a chance to prove that his assessment was right for the Alan Greef stable on the daughter of Flower Alley. And yeah, we're going to see how she goes. Apparently the poly didn't suit, and she went down ears pricked, very focused. Hands are nice and low with Richard Fourie, top rider that he is, and she covers ground. She's going to be in the shake-up, guaranteed. Number 6, Sarajevo from the Jurgen van Heerden stable. I'm going to mention this one purely because it's a good mover. This is the big daughter of Trippy. She's won from a wide draw before, and she hasn't raced since the 14th of April. She often gets wide draws. Don't let that put you off, and look for her to be there or thereabout this afternoon. She might just be short of that 1 run before she can end up winning. That's the 6. Then we move on to the runner that I like the second most in the parade ring, and that's number 7, Santa Anastasia. And I liked moving to post. Moved very well to post. Touch on the keen side, but not too bad. I see the jockey, Louis Mkotwa, got to settle nicely in the colours of Maritzfontein. And yeah, lots of zest, enthusiasm. Those legs just springing out. I love that. They just lifted the head a little bit, and he brought her back to rein immediately, the daughter of Master of My Fate. She will fight it out. That I can assure you. What else did I give through? I gave through numbers 12 and 13. 12 is Global Rush. Now, that could be value from the Sharon Kotzen stable. I don't think a winning chance, but definitely a trifecta quartet inclusion. Marco van Rensburg rides the Global View filly. She hasn't raced, I think, against as competitive races as this, but watch her go to post as well. She puts her head down, but those front legs kick up beautifully, and she's going to represent good value. The comment from the stable, from Sharon Kotzen, was that she pulled her hind quarter muscle, so they've taken a bit of time, they've worked on that, and she's definitely better than her last run. So she reported not striding out on that occasion, and if you've got a pulled hind quarter muscle, you won't be going anywhere. So include her in your play at a decent price. Number 13, Cavian Scara. I don't know. When I studied form, the reason I went back is because I believe the price was wrong at 33-1. That was yesterday. And we heard Tare when I interviewed her in the previous race. She actually gave this a bit of a chance. Went down good enough to post. The others that I mentioned did go down better, but not without a chance here at a decent price. Make sure you include it. Has been racing on the poly for quite some time, but has won on the turf before. As a matter of fact, has run first, second, and 2/3 out of 7 starts on the turf. Course and distance, 4 starts, a win, a second, and a third as well. Pumi Majorca rides. I still think there's big value for the swinger punters. The small 10 rand punter takes swingers with the 13 Cavian Scara. Now, I just want to touch quickly on the runners that went down with lead ponies, etc. Number 9, Trip to Barberton. I picked up a little bit of confidence from Gavin Smith when chatting to him early on. When I asked about his runners, he actually volunteered this one, and he did say that he thinks Trip to Barberton is now in the right race, and he's expecting a fair effort. So maybe include the 9 racing in the colours of Drakenstein Stud, Mrs. Gaynor Rupert's colours, also into the fray as well. It is the first leg of that first jackpot load up here. So quick analysis quickly before I hand over to Nico. There is still a bit of time to go. The first jackpot, the wild horse for me was number 1, Sugarberry, and currently 19 Rand 50 on the tote, 5 Rand 10 a place, so there's no betting support whatsoever. Number 3, Unhilding, currently second favourite, 4 Rand 70 on the tote, win 230 a place. Number 6, Sarajevo, also a decent price. You can get double figures, close to 20 Rand a win on the tote at the moment for the 6. And then number 7, Saint Anastasia, the runner that I think will fight it out from the Jean Nel stable. I'm not quite sure what the tote will see when it updates now. It was priced at about 7-2 early on. I'm not sure if it's eased or shortened in the market. Very difficult to see where I'm standing from. Get those bets on, especially the jackpot. The jackpot pool currently just touching 200,000. If we can get to 250, Nico, it'll be a good pool.
It's race time and the field about to start loading up for the first leg of the first jackpot at the 1600 metre mark. Cavian Scara, the first one to move in with Global Rush. Unyielding to come in with Teardrop. Trip to Barberton. Willow Lane and Maiden's Cove in the next line. Maiden's Cove, Willow Lane, Raspberry Beret, Sugarberry, Soft Touch, Respectable Miss stills loaded with Sarajevo, Saint Anastasia and Monera. Still about half a dozen of them to go in. Working now with Respectable Miss and Raspberry Beret. Raspberry Beret, St. Anastasia. St. Anastasia moved up. Still trying with Raspberry Beret, who left the parade ring earlier than the others. Sugarberry. Respectable Miss waits her turn. Still waiting here for Raspberry Beret. The ride of Soft Touch is dismounted. Raspberry Beret, another chance, and does go in this time. Rider getting back aboard Soft Touch. Respectable Miss. The wind's blowing quite a bit here down in the Eastern Cape today. Sarajevo and Manera at the 1600 meter marker. Just a couple more to go in. Manera, Sarajevo and Soft Touch. Soft Touch comes in. Just wait now for Sarajevo. Just about ready. All set. And racing away from that 1600 meter marker to a good enough beginning over here. St. Anastasia got a flyer, has gone off straight to the front, tracked by stable companion Manera. Teardrop is there, Unyielding, Cavian's Cara racing just in behind that Global Rush. Then Maiden's Cove, Raspberry Beret. Further back to Soft Touch, who's got about 8 or 9 lengths to make up. Sarajevo, Trip to Barberton, Sugarberry, Opera Swing. Further back in the field came Willow Lane, who's racing about 10 or 11 lengths off the lead, and Respectable Misses the trailer. 1,000 meters left to go, and Raspberry Beret has inched through the field to go off and lead it now and set a cracking gallop up front. Raspberry Beret brings him into the home corner here by 3 or 4 from Manera in second. Teardrop is third. Then St. Anastasia. Further back to Sarajevo towards the outside. Then Unyielding behind that Global Rush, Cavian's Cara. Then came Trip to Barberton and Maiden's Cove. Soft Touch is racing further back with Sugarberry. 500 to go here. Raspberry Beret, Manera down along the inside of St. Anastasia and Unyielding. Then Global Rush, Maiden's Cove. Sarajevo's towards the outside with Cavian's Cara. 300 to go. St. Anastasia is the leader. Unyielding emerges as a danger now, runs on. Further back to the outside, Trip to Barberton. Opera Swing's making its way through, but it's Unyielding and St. Anastasia in front. Unyielding, St. Anastasia is down the inside, fighting back strongly. Unyielding and St. Anastasia, here it comes. Unyielding got there from St. Anastasia. Opera Swing ran up late for third, Trip to Barberton, and then Global Rush. Great finish. Absolutely brilliant finish, actually, to the running of that race. Had me on the edge of my chair. Here you had Richard Ferree on Unyielding. You had Loom Kotwa on St. Anastasia. Two of the strongest riders in the country at the moment. Not only are they strong riders, not only are they different riders, but they're very good mates too. And here they'll battle it out. You'll see Richard changes the stick from his right to his left and keeps on rolling here. St. Anastasia is fighting back. It's St. Anastasia and Unyielding. Here it comes. Very close. Unyielding, St. Anastasia, but Unyielding has got there as short head. He was right. Ferree said, put it on the turf over a mile, I'll win. He's done it. St. Anastasia, look at Opera Swing, third, cracking run. Trip to Barberton's in fourth, and further back in the field was Global Rush and Maiden's Cove. Brilliant finish to that race, and all credit has to go to the rider here. Richard Ferree, absolutely superb. St. Anastasia was very quick out the machine. She attracted all the support in the market, but Unyielding, last run was all wrong. It was on the poly. Richard said, put the source on the turf over a mile. I'll do the business. They'll come down to the line as one, but Ferree has made the difference here and made it count. For Fulkerbos Drift, Pty Limited, well done to Mary Slack. I know you'll be watching. and well done to you. This is bred by Flower Alley out of the mare Headstrong. She was exceptional, was Headstrong, bred in Ireland by Pivotal, and well done to the breeders Volkebos Drift and Maritzfontein. Unyielding beats home Saint Anastasia with Opera Swing, a flying third. Brilliant finish there to the running of race 5. 2 horses locked in battle, pulling clear with Opera Swing, making up good ground. Well done, Alan Creff. Alan Creff, the winning trainer here with the winning rider, Richard Ferree. Richard out to prove a point there and got it home. Only a head separating them. Unyielding, number 3, is a 4-year-old chestnut filly by Flower Alley out of the Pivotal mare Headstrong, owned and bred by Volkebos Drift Pty Limited. Nominee Mrs. Mary Slack. And as I said, bred by them in conjunction with Maritzfontein, obviously, too. Unyielding, returning a winner here. Second win out of 11 starts, picks up the victory. To beat home into second, the well-backed number 7, Saint Anastasia. Third placing has gone to Opera Swing, number 4. Closing hand over fist at the line. Brilliant win. Top ride. Further back to the outside, trip to Barberton. Opera Swing's making its way through, but it's Unyielding and Saint Anastasia in front. Unyielding, Saint Anastasia is down the inside, fighting back strongly. Unyielding and Saint Anastasia, here it comes. Unyielding got there from Saint Anastasia. Opera Swing ran up late for third, trip to Barberton, and then
not love racing. You're supposed to be a minor centre. Look at the great race there. 2 top jockeys, Richard Ferree, Louis Makotwa, fighting it out. Richard Ferree walks upstairs and the first thing he says, top ride from Louis Makotwa. That's what it's about if you're a professional. So very well done to the winning connections. Alan Creef, Unyielding comes out and does the business. Once again, I've got Godfrey from the stable. Godfrey, well done, another 1,500 Rand. And this time it goes to Michael. Tell him very well done. Courtesy of World Sports Betting. Richard, coming to parlour. Alan, stand next to him. I'll move out the way. And Richard's going to be in charge of the microphone here because Every week for a long, long time, Nadine does a sterling job with regards to interviews at the stable. And when we listen as presenters to try and make our notes, this is what Alan said. He said it's now up to Richard Fourie because he said, turf, 1,600 metres. I found the turf. I found the 1,600 metres. The ball is now in your court. And you say?
Yeah, look, everything went right. So, yeah, there was a little bit of pressure when I do say these things. Like I said, I don't remember what I said, but when I do get off, that first little bit of information is probably the best information I could probably share to any trainer. But I must say also to the second place horse, great ride. He did everything right. I just had a little bit more to come at the end and just had to sustain it. So well done to Mr. Greer. Thank you very much and a great win.
Yeah, thank you. Well done to everybody concerned. Richard, like he says, it's just those little things that when he gets off, and hopefully the Alzheimer's doesn't set in and I remember it.
But Alan, how important is that for the trainer?
No, definitely, it's what sets you apart. I think, you've got to remember the little things and tweak them to the best of ability. You've always got, what I was taught by my father, try and keep yourself in the best of company and your horses in the weakest of company and find the right races and do everything that you can. And, Richard said, trying to find a mile on the grass. We did that. It worked. And, we stand. So very well done to the Wilgebus Drift team and Mrs. Slack. And I thought, like Richard said, it was a nice ding-dong battle, mother versus daughter. I'm glad I came out on top with mother.
All right, we'll say there, well done, don't go away. And we'll end up like that because we always talk about racing and where are we going in racing. It's so important. We've got the Equus Awards coming up this week as well in Johannesburg. And it's important for everybody to pull together, to be transparent for the sport. You know yourself, it doesn't matter if you ask a jockey or if you ask a trainer, they share their 5 cents worth. If they get it right, respect it. If they get it wrong, respect it as well. We're all here together for the game. Well done to you guys.
Thank you very much. And also to the owners, thank you for the great support, and to my sponsors at Winning Form. Thank you.
Tremendous. Winning Form, the sponsors of Richard Fourie, and what a Jockey 2 sponsor. Imagine the coverage that they got in the last season as well. And who knows what's waiting for us all in the wings for this coming season. Well done to everybody.
Ready, all set, and racing away from that 1,600 metre marker to a good enough beginning over here. St. Anastasia got a flyer, has gone off straight to the front, tracked by stable companion Manera. Teardrop is there, Unyielding, Cavian's Cara racing just in behind that Global Rush. Then Maiden's Cove, Raspberry Beret. Further back to Soft Touch, who's got about 8 or 9 lengths to make up. Sarajevo, Trip to Barberton, Sugarberry, Opera Swing. Further back in the field came Willow Lane, who's racing about 10 or 11 lengths off the lead, and Respectable misses the trailer. 1,000 metres left to go, and Raspberry Beret has inched through the field to go off and lead it now and set a cracking gallop up front. Raspberry Beret brings him into the home corner here by 3 or 4 from Manera in second. Teardrop is third. Then St. Anastasia. Further back to Sarajevo towards the outside. Then Unyielding behind that Global Rush. Cavian's Cara. Then came Trip to Barberton and Maiden's Cove. Soft Touches racing further back with Sugarberry. 500 to go here. Raspberry Beret. Manera down along the inside of St. Anastasia and Unyielding. Then Global Rush. Maiden's Cove. Sarajevo's towards the outside with Cavian's Cara. 300 to go. St. Anastasia is the leader. Unyielding emerges as a danger, now runs on. Further back to the outside, Trip to Barberton. Opera Swing's making its way through, but it's Unyielding and St. Anastasia in front. Unyielding, St. Anastasia is down the inside, fighting back strongly. Unyielding and St. Anastasia, here it comes. Unyielding got there from St. Anastasia. Opera Swing ran up late to the outside, then Unyielding behind that Global Rush. Cavian's Cara. Then came Trip to Barberton and Maiden's Cove. Soft Touches racing further back with Sugarberry. 500 to go here. Raspberry Beret. Manera down along the inside of St. Anastasia and Unyielding. Then Global Rush. Maiden's Cove. Sarajevo's towards the outside with Cavian's Cara. 300 to go. St. Anastasia is the leader. Unyielding emerges as a danger, now runs on. Further back to the outside, Trip to Barberton. Opera Swing's making its way through, but it's Unyielding and St. Anastasia Anastasia in front. Unyielding Saint Anastasia's down the inside, fighting back strongly. Unyielding and Saint Anastasia. Here it comes. Unyielding got there from Saint Anastasia. Opera Swing ran up late for third, trip to Barberton, and then
you very much. Welcome back. Race 6. This is the first leg of the second jackpot this afternoon. And we were just chatting upstairs, Nico Gritziodis, myself, and John Nell and Alan. And what a great race that previous race was. It's a fine example of top horsemen, top equine athletes in dual battle, and lovely to see. Let's go on to race 6. It's the Racehorse Owners Association, merit rated 74 handicap. If you want to become a member of the Racehorse Owners Association, then obviously that you give them a call, and you've seen the checks, 15,000, 7,500, always an added bonus, which is such a pleasure if you belong to the Racehorse Owners Association. The distance for race 6 is 2,000 meters, and I see the camera is focused on, it looks like number 1 in front of me. That's Bournemouth from the Alan Greaves stable. Richard Ferree rides, and we saw the brilliance of Richard in the previous race. 61.5 this afternoon, drawn gate 4, nice and relaxed. Now there is a bit of a pattern in this horse's form line, the son of Canford Cliffs. He's run first, second, first, fifth, first. So there's a pattern. He wins every second outing. He won his last one. Can he change that pattern today and go back to back, or is he going to just run a drum? He's your current favourite, consistent, and Alan said will enjoy the turf. Number 2 is Double Check from the Justin Snaith table, and racing on the heavy last time out at Fairview. Won oh so cozily, beating light without. Comfortable winner on that occasion, as the computer form points out. One with plenty in hand. Definite winning chance again. Craig Zaki rides 61 on its back. Very, very stripped. Lovely shiny coat. Well, I must say the weather has turned favourably in the Eastern Cape. Number 3 is My Boy Reese from the Sharon Cotton stable. I'll always give this horse a bit of a chance to dance. That's him there on the grass. He's still got a bit of a winter coat. He's found form, he's holding it lately, and does represent good value. At the weights, he can reverse the form today with number 1 Bournemouth on the last outing. Number 4 is Matsuyama, Alan Greaves, Andile Kati from a 5 draw. I think a bit of work to do to win it. The horse with the lead pony there is number 5, Question Master from the Gavin Smith stable, Samanga Kamalo, better than its last run. Number 6 is Olado's Pride from the Zitzman Oosthuizen stable, took his last race very well, and he can follow up. That's what the big man Zitz did say. The runners for race 6, they're making their way out. One's already on the turf. We're going to cross straight over to commentator Nico Gritziodis.
Thanks, Neil. Still getting my breath back from the previous race. Great finish there to the 5th. So the 6th race comes up next. The Racehorse Owners Association merit rated 74 handicap over 2,000 metres. On the track, number 1, Bournemouth, Richard Ferree. 2, Double Check, the mare, Craig Zaki. 3, My Boy Reese, Louis Mkotwa. 4 is Matsuyama, Sandile Kati. Richard Ferree taking Bournemouth to the start. On parade is 5, Question Master being ponied out, Samanga Kamale. Going to post is Double Check, number 2. Back to the parade, 6 is Olado's Pride. Dennis Schwarz, here goes My Boy Reese. 3 with Matsuyama 4, 5 Question Master. 6 Olado's Pride. On parade 7, Downing 7. Cheek pieces on, blinkers off with Kelvin Habib. Breaking away from the parade is 9 El Miguar and Chase Morjan. 7 is Downing 7, Kelvin Habib. 8 is Gimme Gorgeous. Muzieni rides, noted tongue tie fitted to Gimme Gorgeous, the same as was the case last time out. And 10 is Ellis Island, Jabu Jacobs. Ellis Island is cantering by now. And so to Gimme Gorgeous, number 8. That's the field in. That will line up shortly for the running of the 6th race. It's 25 past 2, the off time. For the Racehorse Owners Association MR74 handicap, 2,000 metres. The stake value is 78,000 rand.
Race time, yes, race 6 this afternoon. Your off time is 14:25. Quartet pool growing all the while, and I'm not sure what the previous jackpot pool was, but let's become part of this jackpot as well. We'll see the jackpot pool. I'm sure they'll put it up in a short while. Now, race 6 is 2,000 meters, and I'm going to first mention the runners as per usual that move very well. 1, 2, 3, 9 and 10. 1, 2, 3, 9 and 10 if you want to utilize those in your play. And then we'll also touch on other runners like the 6 and 7. Number 1, Bournemouth. This is from the Greef stable, the son of Canford Cliffs. Richard rides this afternoon. I did mention earlier on, if you joined us, there's a bit of a pattern where he wins and then he runs a good second, then he wins and he runs a place again. He won his last start. Can he go back to back this afternoon? On the way it went to post. Why not? Always in control. Richard was hard, held him very, there we go. And then you'll see how he just starts moving. Moved very, very well. Got a little bit keen just as they go past the finish line. He threw his head around once or twice, but he's allowed to because he wants to race. That's Bournemouth. Nice, good action from the son of Canford Cliffs. Number 2 is Double Check from the Justin Snaith stable, the daughter of Twice Over, Craig Zaki in the irons this afternoon. She moved well again because when she moved to post last time out, both Nadine and I said, yo, what a good mover. Watch this. As she turned, she just went straight into the bit to say, let's go. And put her head down and moved beautifully. She is a 3-time winner from 20 starts and she's run several places as well. She races well on the grass. She really does enjoy the grass. She's at 20, like I mentioned, the 20 starts, and she'll be thereabouts. Never easy to go and win back-to-back, even in the supposedly weaker centre. But I do think the Double Check must go into your jackpot. Number 3, My Boy Reese. Can't leave this individual out. Often it's caught me out because did lose his way a little bit some time back, the son of Wiley Hall, but he's holding form. He won his penultimate at a decent price, 16 to 1. We tipped him on that occasion to run into money and he won. And then last time out he was behind Bournemouth, but today he's better off at the weights. And if you look at the collateral form line in the computer form, there's maybe half a length separating them with the weight turnaround today. I'm still leaning towards the 1, but My Boy Reese not to be left out. Louis knows him quite well. He's ridden him 7 times for 2 wins. Number 9, and that is Al Michwa from the Tara Lang stable. Also in the colours of Lorette Lowe and Tara Lang. I must say, turned, and just as turned, have a look at this, and started going straight into the bit. Hop, skip and jump, and away we go. Moved beautifully this afternoon. Used to race in the colours of Etienne Braun, now with Lorette Lowe and Tara Lang. Trace rides this afternoon. I won't be surprised if there's a couple of wins still left in Al Michwa. Then we're going to touch on the 10 Ellis Island. When we did do the preview prior to racing this afternoon, I mentioned Ellis Island as my first choice in what I thought was a very competitive race. Now, Jabu Jacobs rides on collateral form lines on the computer form. Ellis Island holds several runners this afternoon, and I feel that this could just get up and win this afternoon. Ran behind Double Check last time out, obviously bed off at the waist today, drawn 10, moved well enough to post, and if positioned in the right position, doesn't want to come from too far off them, sit 3rd or 4th. I think when asked the question, you're going to see a big run from number 10. 7 Rand 50 a win on the tote, 2 Rand a place from the Lunga Gila stable. And then when Nadine interviewed Lunga, I actually wrote it down. He said, this is one of my best in the stable, when he was referring to number 10, Ellis Island, the 6-year-old son of Elusive Fort, bred out at Repace Kraal Stud. I'm still thinking that he could win at a decent price, 7 Rand 50 a win. Let me quickly touch on a couple of runners that I haven't mentioned. Number 6, Alado's Pride. Zitz, the big man, he said he took his race very well last time out. Can follow up. He was a winner last time out, beating Uncle George. He has run, he's a 4-time winner, several places. He enjoys the turf, and it's not going to be easy, but Alado's Pride, I'm sure, will have its followers. He always goes. What you see there, that's Alado's Pride. He gets taken down extremely slowly, almost at not even a trot, to be honest with you. The 5 Question Master went down with the pony, so a little bit hard to assess, but also off the ESOS form line, which was the 3rd of July, actually finished ahead of number 6, Alado's Pride. Let's just give you the comment about number 8, and that's Gimme Gorgeous. the value runner from the Zitzman Oosthuizen stable, when he spoke to Nadine in the week, he said you must include him. He's a big runner. That's the 8, Gimme Gorgeous. Got the tongue tie fitted this afternoon. Muzi Yeni jumped from gate 1, was hacked down very, very slowly. The first run here in the Eastern Cape was on the poly, but now having its run on the grass. The comment from Zitz, must include him, a big runner. 40-1 when I wrote down the odds this morning. Then number 7, Downing 7. I just want to mention that I never saw Downing 7 go to post, and that's the reason why I've left it out until last. I somehow missed it. Downing 7 for Jean-Nel, Calvin Habib. He did say small chance of winning, but possibly in the money places. Let's cross over to Nico Kritsiotis. I think that's what they told me in my earpiece. Oh, there's a 7. Thanks very much. There's a 7, Downing 7. Thank you very much, Diesel. Going to post. Moved well enough for me. And Jean did say, hoping for a top 3 finish, doing very well at home. We've still got a good, well, almost 3 minutes. I won't cross over to Nico as such. It is a jackpot. And then just to mention quickly for the punters out there that want to get another jackpot on, the next race, that's race 7, is the field race on the card. For me, the most difficult race on the entire card. So if you've got the budget, definitely go field in that race. I'm leaning towards number 10, that is Higher Theological. Number 10 from the Gavin Smith table as my first choice, and number 9, Silver Tycoon, as my second choice in a field race. And then in race 8, I think that Bonnaroo is priced up wrong at 6-10. I won't banker it in the jackpot. I'll include the 7 Princess Debs, 8 Baubles and Beads in that race. And then in the lucky last, as mentioned earlier on, you work out how you want to structure your bet, but don't leave out the 7 Vegas Gold. That's my first choice in the lucky last this afternoon, which is at about 4:10. Enough from me. They're going to be starting to load shortly for race 6 on the card. It's the Racehorse Owners Association 74 handicap, 2,000 meters. Nico?
Thanks so much. And they are ready to load up. They haven't got the all clear yet because we were way before time. But they should be loading up shortly. Here, any moment now, the chief stipe here, Nicholas Shearer, giving the all clear to starter to load them up. There we go. Has got the call to load them up here. You heard that first hand. And so the light is on. Meters here. Gimme Gorgeous is the first one to move up. Ellis Island. Downing 7 goes up. My boy Reese, Question Master. Lado's Pride and Double Check wait their turns with Bournemouth and Matsuyama and Al Miglar. Master is loading up currently. The wind continues to be a headwind. The horses coming for home here. Hasn't really increased in intensity during the day. It's been pretty much stable at that level. Bournemouth goes forward with Double Check the Mare. Matsuyama, Al Miglar and Alado's Pride at the 2,000 meter marker. Just about ready to race. All ready to go. And away and racing, and they got them away as one over there. Ellis Island is off to the front early on. Gimme Gorgeous got a good start, so too did Question Master, and Downing 7 not far off them early on with My Boy Reese. Bournemouth races about 5th, 6th position now. It's about 5 lengths off the leader. Behind that came Matsuyama, then Al Miglar and Double Check. And Alado's Pride, I think, is being pulled out of the race over here, racing awkwardly, head down. No, actually, he's just racing awkwardly there at the back end of the field, though. It was inclined to race with its head down almost on the floor there, Alado's Pride. 1,400 meters to go, and Question Master, the leader by just over a length. From Downing 7 racing second. Ellis Island is up in 3rd position. Then My Boy Reese. Along the inside is Gimme Gorgeous, gives that leader about 4 to 5 lengths start. Behind that one comes Bournemouth with Matsuyama. The stable companions race together, 7-8 lengths off the leader. 2 back to Double Check and Al Miglar. And Alado's Pride is the back marker. It's 12 lengths off the leader with 900 meters left to go here. Question Master's going to guide them into the home straight here at Fairview. Led it from Downing 7. Ellis Island is along the inside in 3rd. Further back is My Boy Reese and Gimme Gorgeous. 3 lengths to make up. Bournemouth is down the inside, the red and black. Then came Al Miguel and Matsuyamo. Double check the white sleeves towards the outside, and Alado's Pride. 500 metres left to go. Question Master tackled by Downing 7. Gimme Gorgeous down along the inside. Then Bournemouth. Ellis Island's under a ride. My Boy Reese further back, and then down the inside is Al Miguel. 200 to go. Gimme Gorgeous. Bournemouth being produced with My Boy Reese up on the outside. My Boy Reese and Bournemouth take off together here. My Boy Reese. Bournemouth fights back along the inside. Bournemouth and My Boy Reese. Bournemouth gonna get home. Bournemouth beat My Boy Reese. Double check third. Fourth to Downing 7. Then Gimme Gorgeous. Another expert ride by Ferry. That was indeed brilliant. Another piece of brilliance from the saddle, because My Boy Reese looked to be going on to win its race under jockey Louis Ngotwa. And once again, these two rivals but mates take on each other inside the final 100. My Boy Reese, but Bournemouth comes right back under Ferry along the inside. And it's going to be another victory for Richard here ahead of Louis. It's going to be Bournemouth from My Boy Reese in a headwind. Bournemouth wins it. Another win for Alan Creff. Double check third, Downing 7. Then came Gimme Gorgeous. And they rushed away from Ellis Island, who couldn't stay with them today. And then came the balance of the runners here. So that's a look at the head-on replay now. You'll see Question Master. Gimme Gorgeous went pretty early up in the straight. You've got My Boy Reese and Bournemouth coming to take him on. And My Boy Reese gets first run, but Bournemouth comes right back at the line and records another win for this son of Canford Cliffs, who's owned by Messrs. D. Cicognini, Mr. Grammer, John Lamb, and the Creofs as well. Bournemouth is now a 4-time winner from 11 starts, was bred by Drakenstein Stud, and more importantly, has won again for jockey Richard Ferry. Returning to the winners' enclosure for back-to-back wins today is number 1, Bournemouth. Once again, a peach of a ride from Richard Ferry here to get Bournemouth home for the trainer Alan Creff. This is in the colours of Messrs. Cicognini, Grammer, John Lamb, and Mr. and Mrs. Alan Creff. 4-year-old Bay Gelding by Canford Cliffs, out of the Galileo mare Sururia, bred by Drakenstein Stud, nominee Mrs. Gaynor Rupert, 4-time winner now from 11 starts, picked it up close to home to edge out number 3, My Boy Reese for second. Third was the mare number 2, Double Check. And the 4th placing to number 7, Downing 7. 5th was number 8, Gimme Gorgeous.
Yeah.
Bournemouth take off together here. My Boy Reese. Bournemouth fights back along the inside. Bournemouth and My Boy Reese. Bournemouth going to get home. Bournemouth beat My Boy Reese. Double check third. Fourth.
Welcome back. Once again, you entertained to some great racing. Richard Fourie, Louis Makotpa, head up, head down all the way through. And Richard Fourie ends up supreme this afternoon with number 1, Bournemouth for the Alan Greff stable. Well done to all the winning connections. A real keen tussle out there, and I thought a great race to witness as well. I've got Godfrey with me again, representing the Alan Greff stable. And Eva, he's the winning groom of the 1,500, courtesy of World Sports Betting. Godfrey, tell Eva, very well done. As a man having another winner, third one this afternoon, Richard Fourie back in the winner's box here, sponsored by Winning Form. Richard, this horse moved well to post, was a little bit keen at one stage, but I wrote moved very, very well to post. And you've broken the pattern, because it's a win and a place and a win and a place. Now you've gone boom, boom, win and win.
Yeah, true, but you know, if we are avid handicapped form studies, I think the horse that ran second will definitely beat me next time, but let's hope not. It was a gutsy win. Pace wasn't too hot, but you saw him go down. He can show a bit of signs of being aggressive, but in a race he's the opposite. You know, they went slow, just left a little bit of room in front of him just in case he decides to want to take the bridle. He did travel a little bit more than he normally does, so I sat a little bit longer up the straight and just waiting for the right sort of pocket to open up where I can produce him. And he moved up well to a point, got to Louis' horse, and you know, Louis' horse showed a lot of fight, and it looked like at the end he tried to bite me or something of that nature, but the horse, you know. And then, yeah, I just managed to change his body language a little bit, and he gave me a little bit more of a stretch at the end, but a good win nevertheless. So, well, to all owners concerned, to Mr. Greff, great job. To everybody, obviously to my sponsors, Winning Form.
How many winners so far? For someone mentioned to me now about 10, I think.
Not sure.
Not sure.
I'll look at towards the end of the season, yeah.
Lovely stuff.
Awesome, thank you.
Well done, Richard. There you go. That's Richard Fourie. He'll worry about that later on in the season. Let's go to Alan Greff. It's been an awesome day today. Pity Nadine's not here, because she'd love to have been here when you got 3 winners and we're only halfway through the card. So well done to you, Al. And the feedback from the jockey's pretty good. I think Bournemouth, once again, holding form, steady form, and I think there's 1 or 2 still left.
Yeah, no, holding steady form and, you know, giving the guys a lot of fun. The owners, they're really having fun with him. They're stretched far and wide at the moment. I think John's in Greece, UK. I'm not sure, I can't keep up with him at the moment, but if John's watching, well done, John. To Dante Ciccanini, well done to him. Louis Grammer in Cape Town. My wife, I think. I'm not sure if I've missed anybody.
Yeah, you are. Yeah. You've got them all.
Have I got them all? So there's a whole lot of guys here, but he's giving them a lot of pleasure. Wants to go down to us, and this guy's, you know, that's what it's about. These guys are enjoying their racing, and they're taking keen interest in what's going on around them.
Well done to you.
Thank you.
Another son of Canford Cliffs in the winner's box this afternoon, making it 3 for Alan Greff, 3 for Richard Fourie as well. Keep your eye on the second horse. You heard from Richard. That should go pretty close to reversing the tables next time out. An interesting note that, comment that Richard managed to beat Louis again. He said, I beat him this week. Next week he beats me. Top professionalism.
Just about ready to race, all ready to go, and away and racing, and they got them away as 1 over there. Ellis Island is off to the front early on. Gimme Gorgeous got a good start, so too did Question Master, and Downing 7 not far off them early on with My Boy Reese. Bournemouth races about 5th, 6th position now. Is about 5 lengths off the leader. Behind that came Matsuyama, then Al Meguar and Double Check. And Alado's Pride, I think, has been pulled out of the race over here, racing awkwardly, head down. No, actually, he's just racing awkwardly there at the back end of the field, though. It was inclined to race with its head down almost on the floor there, Alado's Pride. 1,400 metres to go, and Question Master, the leader by just over a length from Downing 7, racing second. Ellis Island is up in 3rd position, then My Boy Reese. Along the inside is Gimme Gorgeous, gives that leader about 4 to 5 lengths start. Behind that one comes Bournemouth with Matsuyama. The stable companions race together, 7, 8 lengths off the leader, 2 back to Double Check and Al Meguar. And Alado's Pride is the back marker. It's 12 lengths off the leader with 900 metres left to go here. Question Master's going to guide him into the home straight here at Fairview. Led it from Downing 7. Ellis Island is along the inside in 3rd. Further back is My Boy Reese and Gimme Gorgeous. 3 lengths to make up. Bournemouth is down the inside, the red and black. Then came Al Meguar and Matsuyama. Double Check the white sleeves towards the outside, and Alado's Pride. 500 metres left to go. Question Master tackled by Downing 7. Gimme Gorgeous down along the inside, then Bournemouth. Ellis Island's under a ride. My Boy Reese further back, and then down the inside is Al Meguar. 200 to go. Gimme Gorgeous. Bournemouth being produced with My Boy Reese up on the outside. My Boy Reese and Bournemouth take off together here. My Boy Reese. Bournemouth fights back along the inside. Bournemouth and My Boy Reese. Bournemouth gonna get out. Bournemouth beat My Boy Reese. Just 3 lengths to make up. Bournemouth is down the inside, the red and black. Then came Al Meguar and Matsuyama. Double Check the white sleeves towards the outside, and Alado's Pride. 500 metres left to go. Question Master tackled by Downing 7. Gimme Gorgeous down along the inside, then Bournemouth. Ellis Island's under a ride. My Boy Reese further back, and then down the inside is Al Meguar. 200 to go. Gimme Gorgeous. Bournemouth being produced with My Boy Reese up on the outside. My Boy Reese and Bournemouth take off together here. My Boy Reese. Bournemouth fights back along the inside. Bournemouth and My Boy Reese. Bournemouth gonna get out. Bournemouth beat My Boy Reese. Double Check 3rd, 4th to
come back this afternoon, and race 7 on the card. The afternoon's flying past. We've seen some top class racing with Louis Makotwa and Richard Ferry fighting it out, and you can hear in the voice of commentator Nico Kritsiotis, really exciting stuff. Now, race 7, early on today when we did the preview, I did say this is the field race. It's definitely a race where very difficult to say I'm going with this horse, because it's not that type of race. You're going to have to add numbers in here and try and catch this quartet, and 12 runners go to post, and that's going to pay for sure. Let's go to number 1. That's moving into position right now, and that is Moon Game from the Sharon Kotson stable. The son of Pathfork, a 7-time winner, so many different places already, 61.5 kilos. Louis rides hard to exclude, even if it carries 61.5. And as a matter of fact, Sharon did say that Moon Game can carry weight. It's not the end of the world. Strong, solid individual. Number 2 is Slings and Arrows, sporting the white blinkers from the Smith stable. Craig Zaki rides, drawn 4. Has lost its way in the last couple of outings, needs to find its best form to have a shot, and I see the coat is still pretty dull. And I can see Moon Game as well has got a bit of a winter, quite a heavy winter coat. Number 3 is Alinga Longa. Now, there's no winter coat there. There's Dapples there from number 3. There's Son of Flower Alley from the Greef stable. Richard and him having a sterling day this afternoon. 3 run winners thus far, and possibly go close with Alinga Longa. Alan did say has been unlucky. Last 2 runs, needs to finish its race off. The well turned out number 4, Prince Vian from the Lunga Gila stable. Good run is expected, he did say about the son of Captain of All, a 4-time winner from 24 outings. Sandile Kati rides, and he does get a half a kilo today from number 3, Alinga Longa. So that does bring him a little bit into the fray at a decent price. 5 is Brendan James. I actually spoke to Brendan Fegan when I arrived on course, and they're looking for a big run here. A little bit of a wide draw to contend with, drawn out at 11. But with this long straight, we can see it's not an issue. If you're good enough, the gap will open, and I can see Brendan James also featuring in the race. Very, very fit horse in the parade ring, the son of Coup de Gras, a 4-time winner from only 18 starts. Number 6 is El Romiachi from the Zitzman Oosthuizen stable. Zitz did say will run well. Calvin Habib rides. Number 7 is Putin's Promise, Lunga Gila's mount. His table, Lunga Gila, and the mount of Java Jacobs. A big run, and they do give it a bit of a winning chance. 8 is Forest Spy, Gavin Smith, Delane Naidu. Number 9, I'm just going through them quickly because they are leaving, is the son of Silvana, Silver Tycoon. I think it's a massive runner. And then the horse that I think represents the value, number 10, and that's Higher Theological from the Gavin Smith stable, Samanga Kamalo's mount. Let's watch that move to post, because I think it's got definite winning chance. Nico, over to you.
Thanks very much, Neil. Runners going to post. 1 was Moon Game, Loom Quatra. 2, Slings and Arrows. Change of colours now. Craig Zaki rides. 3 is Alinga Longa, Richard Ferry. Number 4, Prince Vihan, Sandile Kati. 5, Brendan James, Dennis Schwartz. 6 is El Romiachi, Calvin Habib. 7 going by is Putin's Promise. Java Jacobs wears a black cap. 8, Forest Spy, Stallone Naidu. 9, Silver Tycoon is Marco van Rensburg. 12, Windsock, Chase Morjan. 11, Dawn of a New Era, Muzayeni. And I did see the grey go by, but there it is in the centre of your picture there. Number 10, Ea Flatio Yokul, ridden by Samanga Kamalo. Just to prove that I wasn't trying to avoid the name in the Canterbost. Neil, it's all yours.
Thank you very much. Yeah, they've all gone down to post. This is a race where we did earmark it as a possible field race for your jackpots and your pick sixes. And I'm going to give you these numbers because I don't think you can go less than them in a quartet. 1, 3, 4, 5, 7, 9, 10, 11. 1, 3, 4, 5, 7, 9, 10 and 11. Number 1, Moon Game, moved very, very well to post from the Sharon Kotson stable. If you have just joined us, good afternoon and welcome back. Race 7 is over 1,400 metres. Number 1, Moon Game, son of Pathfork, and Sharon Kotson did say, can carry the weight, strong, solid individual. And I tell you what, the Moon Game with Louis Makoto aboard, 61.5, moved well. A little bit of a wintry coat still in the parade ring, has been racing on the poly, but moved well enough to post to suggest that this could be there or thereabouts, at least in the shake. Number 3, Ilinga Longa from the Greef stable with Richard Fourie in the irons, drawn 12. Just to quote what Alan did say, he said, been unlucky the last 2 runs, needs to finish the race off. And if you look at the way this horse runs on, and he's got actually a bit of a high knee action, but he moved beautifully, he really covers ground. He'll be finishing strongly because he's a massive runner here today. He always flies up late. The computer form will tell you that. Made late headway, strong late run, made late progress. The way Richard's riding, massive, massive run. I'm sure it'll shorten even more on the tote. Currently 3 Rand 90 a win with the way the Greef and Fourie stables firing today. But yep, did tick the boxes. Number 4, Prince Vion from the Lunga Gila stable. Good run is expected, that's what the conditioner did say. And very consistent, does get a half a kilo from number 3, Ilinga Longa this afternoon, based on the son of Zia's run. So with only a quarter of a length separating them there, the half a kilo can make a difference. Well turned out, and the mane was platted, everything a little bit heady though, but went, that's why I just wrote okay. Now number 5, Brendan James, is also heady going to post. He races in the colours of Brendan Fegan, the first man I saw when I arrived on course today. The Fegan family, they were all on course. And yeah, the son of Coup de Gras, he's a decent individual. Have a look at this go to post. Tucked his head in nicely. And once he relaxed, he tucked his head in nicely. They just worried a little bit about the wide draw of 11, but Brendan, when I chatted to him, he said that with the long straight in, I don't think it'll be a problem. Last time out, the horse on the poly was caught wide, trapped wide throughout, was drawn 10 out of 11. You're not going to get trapped wide here today. You got 700 metres to make it up when they turn for home. And the gate 11, I don't think is the issue. Brendan James for me, in my first 3 without a doubt. That's the 5. Number 7, Putin's Promise, watch out. This is a bit of value from the Lunga Gila stable as well. So Lunga saddles a couple of runners here. I'm leaning towards 7, Putin's Promise, on what I saw going to post. He enjoyed himself going to post. He was looking around and then stretching beautifully and then threw his head the other way again, trying to find the bit and not too sure if he was going to get the button pushed or not. He races here for the first time from KZN. Have a look at his runs in KZN. All the races, there's been winners. And more winners throughout. He's run behind Beechamwood Boy, Quest for the Best. He's really a horse that will give of his best every time he comes racing. Java Jacobs rides him this afternoon. He was 14-1. I'll see now on the tote when it does update. But don't leave this out of your swingers, trifectas, quartets. I think Putin's Promise for me in the race, possibly a horse with a bit of value. Wasn't in my initial thoughts, but I think you're going to get a big run. Now, number 9 was in my initial selections, and so too was the 10 and the 11. So let's go to 9, 10, and 11. With studying form, I thought that number 9, Silver Tycoon, my comment was, tries a local turf, might just need one more. But, I mean, ran behind Moon Game, then ran almost half a length, quarter length behind the next time it ran as well. And Unlucky Horse has got excellent work back home, and then Nicholas did say from the Cliffy Miller stable that he gives this horse a very big each-way chance. That's the 9 Silver Tycoon. I must just add that the local form has all been on the poly, so not too sure what to expect. Now we get to the runner, and I'm going to stick to it being my first choice, and that is number 10, which is Hayafia Latakul. This race is for the Gavin Smith stable. Samanga Kamala rides from gate 2, perfect gate this afternoon. Has raced here on the poly, and then last time out was on the turf. And that's the run where I saw this horse. Had to weave his way through. He didn't get a clear run. And when he did get a run, he took off behind Son of Zeus, which is the same form line as a couple of runners in the race. I liked his last run. For me, he's the value bet this afternoon with regards to looking at a horse that can pay well. What's he paying on the tote now? He's shortened now. He's 7 Rand a win on the tote, 2 Rand 70 a place. And if you're going to press me, I'm going to say that's my first selection. Number 11, Dawn of a New Era from the Kelly Mitchley stable. When I chatted to Brendan Fegan downstairs as well, he said that the other runner that they've got in the race as well will run well, Brendan James. But he also mentioned that Dawn of a New Era from a one draw with Muzi on must have a chance as well. It ran second behind Gunsmoke. We saw Gunsmoke win earlier on today, so that form liner has been franked. And then it ran behind Cerny Halongsaw that won 2 in a row. I'm not surprised. He's flashing our second favourite for ran 70, the win 180. Let's cut it down in a very tricky race. And I seldom sit on the fence, but I can't be that bullish. I'm going to go as follows in order of preference for the guys with the exactors and the swingers. I'm taking a chance with number 10, Higher Theological from the Gavin Smith stable as my first selection. I'm then going to go with a 14-1 shot, number 7, Putin's Promise from the Lunga Gila stable. And then I'm also getting James as a big runner. And number 3, a Linga Longa. You'd be foolish to leave them out. So those would be my first 4 selections in race 7 this afternoon. It's not going to be easy, but I do think the quartet is the play and the way to go. The runners are, I see, milling about down at the start. I can't see on my screen at all to tell me how much time they've got before they start loading, because we've got the split screen. But Nico, 2.5 minutes, they tell me. Nico, are you there? Can you join me?
Yeah, absolutely. How are you?
All right.
How are you feeling now?
Yeah, no, thanks very much. I'm bouncing back. I did apologize earlier on screen. I don't know what happened. Everything just went upside down and very faint. And actually speaking on air at the moment without shoes on because my feet are so swollen. So you can't believe it. But anyway, Nico, let's forget about myself and let's concentrate on what we love the most, the equine athletes. What's your first choice on paper when you were studying for Nico?
You've come to me at the most difficult race of the day. As you quite rightly said, Neil, a number of these can win it. When I looked at it last night and again this morning flying down here, several of them cropped up as having chances, all having claims. Dawn of a New Era was one of the ones I shortlisted. I thought that had a big chance today. And the horse that you mentioned, the grey horse that was formerly with David Nevenhazen, always put up a bold enough performance there. I thought that had a chance too. Prince Vihan came into the race, and even Moon Game. And you have to say for Louis Kotwa and the Kotsons that they deserve a winner today, don't they? After the previous couple of races with Louis just being touched off there. So I believe that the winner will come from one of those I've mentioned, but very tough.
Nico, any chance for, well, you mentioned Richard and Alan Alinga Longa. This was actually impressed me moving to post.
Yeah, it did, but it wasn't one of the ones I thought would fight it out. I somehow preferred others here.
No, exactly.
To Alinga Longa. So, but tremendous rides from him in the previous 2. I mean, you put many of the riders on those horses, they don't win.
And it's wonderful.
But they're good mates too, and he's offered Louis lots of advice over the years that he was coming through the ranks. But let's hope Louis claws one back somewhere along the line.
All right, Nico, I see the light is flashing. We'll leave it with you.
Thanks very much, Neil. And they are loading up here at the 1400 metre marker. Al Romiachi 2, along with Prince Vihan. Silver Tycoon and the Hollywood Colours has moved up for a spy. Here is Dawn of a New Era to go forward. Alinga Longa. Aya Flatyayokel to move in the grey. Putin's Promise, the black cap. Windsock to go forward. Brendan James has drawn Deep Slings and Arrows and Moon Game. Brendan James. Windsock to go in. 3 left after Windsock. Putin's Promise, the black cap. Slings and Arrows. And now Moon Game to complete it. Moon Game to come forward. They've got Moon Game halfway in. All the way in, closing the gate. And Moon Game set and racing from that 1400 meter marker. A good start for them. Dawn of a New Era quickly away. Ayaflat Yayokul is racing midfield in the early stages as Slings and Arrows goes off to show the way. Putin's Promise is showing good early pace. Round the outside of them is Silver Tycoon, who races handy too. Moon Game is racing back in fourth, 3 lengths off the leader. Prince Vion is further back in the field. Then Brendan James and Forest Fire. Ayaflat Yayokul races about 7 or 8 lengths off the leader with El Romiachi and Windsock, and Lingalonga is at the back into the field. About to turn for home with 800 metres left to go, and it's Putin's Promise, the black cap, that led them into the home straight. Led it from Slings and Arrows. Towards the outside is Silver Tycoon. Then came Moon Game and Prince Vion. Brendan James tracks them towards the inside of the track. Further back down the field, Ayaflat Yayokul. On the outside of it comes El Romiachi and then Prince Vihan. 400 metres left to go. Putin's Promise, the leader. Dawn of a New Era strikes along the inside. Then came behind that Slings and Arrows. Brendan James. Ayaflat Yayokul's towards their inside. Moon Game's on the outside. It's Dawn of a New Era. 200 metres left to go. Down along the inside comes El Romiachi's also running on strongly. It's Dawn of a New Era that picks it up, and Lingalonga's flying down the inside. And Lingalonga and Dawn of a New Era. Dawn of a New Era beat a Lingalonga. Ayaflat Yayokul. Then came El Romiachi in behind that Windsock. Dawn of a New Era. Muzieni. Lingalonga has come from last. Didn't expect him on the scene today, but he's flown up strongly here under Richard Ferree. It's Dawn of a New Era, who had the advantage 500 metres from home, kept on plugging away at it for Muzieni and Kelly Mitchley. Down on the inside, here's a Lingalonga finishing like an express train. So too Ayaflat Yayokul towards the outside. Dawn of a New Era, Muzieni, Richard Ferree, Lingalonga, and Ayaflat Yayokul and Samanga Kamala involved in the finish. It's Dawn of a New Era and a Lingalonga. Dawn of a New Era just keeping his head in front, and Dawn of a New Era wins. Dawn of a New Era beats in second a Ayaflat Yayokul, who finishes back in third, and it's going to be another toss-up for fourth. I gave it to El Romiachi, just gets fourth ahead of Windsock. Behind that was Brendan James, and then came Moon Game. Well, let's have a look at the head-on replay. Dawn of a New Era. Raced a bit differently today to what I know how. I'm from way off the pace. Today he was a lot handier under Muzieni, and it proved to be a winning move, actually, with all due respect. And well done to Suzette and Barty Viljoen, and Richard Ferree have to settle for second today. He might have thought that he was going to get up again here, but Muzieni has just beaten him to the post here on number 11, Dawn of a New Era. Ayaflat Yayokul, great run in third. Had to come around, also seemed to be boxed in for most of the way up the straight, and done enough for the trifectas. And then fourth to El Romiachi. Back to the studio. Returning to the winners enclosure for race number 7 is number 11, Dawn of a New Era. For winning trainer Kelly Mitchley, winning rider is Muzieni, and the winning owner Mrs. Suzette Viljoen. It's bred by Mr. Alfie Dickerson. 6-year-old bay gelding by Louis the King out of the trippy mare Light of Dawn, and another winner in the week for Muzieni, who partners this for Kelly Mitchley. Dawn of a New Era, saddlecloth number 11 comes through to win it. A flying Lingalonga back in second, number 3, beaten only ahead at the line. Came from last placing, moved up really nicely, but has had to settle for second today. And confirming third was Along the inside, then came behind that Slings and Arrows, Brendan James, Flatya Yokels towards their inside, Moon Games on the outside. It's Dawn of a New Era, 200 metres left to go. Down along the inside comes Al Ramia, she's also running on strongly. It's Dawn of a New Era that picks it up, and Lingalonga is flying down the inside, and Lingalonga and Dawn of a New Era, beat a Lingalonga, Flatya Yokel, then came Al Ramia.
Welcome back. Muzi Yeni, Kelly Mitchley in the winner's box this afternoon with number 11, Dawn of a New Era. Had the form, and I thought a very good ride from Moose to win this afternoon. With me is KV, and he's collecting on behalf of Ninja the 1,500 Rand courtesy of World Sports Betting. Tell him well done. Thank you. Take it with you. There we go. Let's go, Muzi. Grab the microphone there. Nice to see those silks in the winner's box. Also said Viljoen. And sponsored by Stone Stamcor. And lovely sponsorship to have. It's a man that loves his racing, Willem Ackerman. Nice to be part of the sponsorship there. Muzi, a lot was happening behind you, but you focused on winning and you got it all right. Well done to you.
Yes, 100%. What the race was going to kind of suit him. He has drawn well. But he's a small horse, but a bit of aggressive horse. So you want to hold your spot, but you don't want to get him over racing, and then he can't corner like just a bit of an aggressive little fella. But well turned out by Kelly. I really felt going down to the start, he was in a good shape. He was a happy horse, and just was his race to kind of lose. I thought in the handicapping it was always going to be a close race. It didn't look straightforward. No, she was very confident. Always looked, and luckily for the draw, I could able to ride a quietly, you know what I mean, a positive race and wait as long as possible. I gotta say, got a bit of bunching, and I was supposed to be out in the open 600 out way earlier than I wanted to. So you could see when I struck the front, try to hold him up as long as possible without going after him. And the last bit, while he was wandering, I just had to ask him to go. So I thought it was a courageous win for him because he got there a bit too sooner than I wanted to, but he showed guts, never let up.
Well done to you.
Thank you very much. Huge thanks to Kelly. Thanks for the support. To Suzette and Bossy, big players of the yard. Big thank you to them. And to Stone Stamcor, who had the winner yesterday. Big thank you as well.
Tremendous. Muzi Yeni in the winner's box. Let's go to Kelly Mitchley. And she did say, when chatting to Nadine in the week, that working extra well, including all the bets. And you were spot on. You're a good judge, Kelly. Well done to you.
Yeah, no, the way he was working this week and the previous week, it was exceptionally well. And just, I think we had him the best we've had him since since he arrived. I couldn't get him any better than we had him for today. So I really did think he had a big chance. But with his stable companion in the race, Brendan James, it was heads up, heads down who I could choose the better one is, but just unfortunately Brendan James had a bad draw. So I think that cost him the race.
I think he finished about 5th or 6th, huh?
Yes.
Good run.
But he also still ran a good race after his break.
Yes.
And just want to say a huge congratulations to Suzette and Barcy. Happy to have another winner for them. And a huge congratulations and thank you to my sponsors that are on course upstairs, Aviation Lot Adjusters. And yeah, thanks to my staff back at home and to Ninjani's first win in the yard, the groom. He's had this horse since the very start.
Okay. And they get very excited, these grooms, since they've got the World Sports Betting 1,500 Rand. You can see the excitement.
Yeah, no, it really helps the grooms and it motivates them more to work a bit harder and get their horses over the line and gets them very excited. They get very excited for payday.
Tremendous. Well done, Kelly.
A huge thank you to Cal for putting all the extra hard work in behind the scenes and the staff and everyone that supports the yard. Thank you.
Well done. That's Kelly Mitchley. She finished 4th in the Eastern Cape last season. It was her first season as a trainer as well. Watch out. See where she finishes this year. She's got the horses, she's got their backing as well, and they work 7 days a week non-stop. So well done to the Kelly Mitchley stable. And Suzette Viljoen, well done to you and Barcy and Muzieni. Top rider, I thought. Dawn of a new era.
All the way in, closing the gate, and Moon Game set and racing from that 1400 meter marker. A good start for them. Dawn of a new era quickly away. Eyjafjallajökull is racing midfield in the early stages as Slings and Arrows goes off to show the way. Putin's Promise is showing good early pace. Round the outside of them is Silver Tycoon, who races handy too. Moon Game is racing back in 4th, 3 lengths off the leader. Prince Vian is further back in the field. Then Brendan James and Forest Spy. Eyjafjallajökull races about 7 or 8 lengths off the leader with Al Romiachi and Windsock, and Lingalonga is at the back end of the field. About to turn for home with 800 metres left to go, and it's Putin's Promise, the black cap, that led them into the home straight. Led it from Slings and Arrows. Towards the outside is Silver Tycoon. Then came Moon Game and Prince Vian. Brendan James tracks them towards the inside of the track. Further back down the field, Eyjafjallajökull. On the outside of it comes El Romiachi and then Prince Vihan. 400 metres left to go. Putin's Promise, the leader. Dawn of a new era strikes along the inside. Then came behind that Slings and Arrows. Brendan James. Eyjafjallajökull's towards their inside. Moon Game's on the outside. It's Dawn of a new era. 200 metres left to go. Down along the inside comes El Romiachi's also running on strongly. It's Dawn of a new era that picks it up, and Lingalonga's flying down the inside. And Lingalonga and Dawn of a new era. Dawn of a new era. Vita Lingalonga. Tycoon. Then came Moon Game and Prince Vian. Brendan James tracks them towards the inside of the track. Further back down the field, Eyjafjallajökull. On the outside of it comes El Romiachi and then Prince Vihan. 400 metres left to go. Putin's Promise, the leader. Dawn of a new era strikes along the inside. Then came behind that Slings and Arrows. Brendan James. Eyjafjallajökull's towards their inside. Moon Game's on the outside. It's Dawn of a new era. 200 metres left to go. Down along the inside comes El Romiachi's also running on strongly. It's Dawn of a new era that picks it up, and Lingalonga's flying down the inside. And Lingalonga and Dawn of a new era. Dawn of a new era. Vita Lingalonga. Eyjafjallajökull. Then came El.
Welcome to our 240 viewers. It's race 8 this afternoon out at Fairview. It's 15:35 and off time. competitive. We've had a great day's racing, and I must say, take nothing away from the winner of the previous race, but that grey horse that ran third, desperately unlucky. That cannot lose when it runs next time out. Not because it was my first choice, but I'm sure if you are a racing enthusiast and you watched that race, it was a trifle unlucky. Let's move on to race 8 and number 1, Bonnaroo in the parade ring. Priced up at about 6 to 10 when we started the program this morning. I must say, lovely shiny coat in the parade ring. Even the trainer, Alan Greef, said that he thought that was a little bit short. I tend to agree. Richard Ferrie riding. We're not saying it won't win. It is possibly the class horse in the race. And yeah, it's got to have a chance, but it's been winning on the poly. It's run on the turf only once, and it ran third on that occasion. That's Bonnaroo, very fit, elite, looking sort of, athletic looking in the parade ring. Bonnaroo, the daughter of Rafif. She races for the Schecters. Behind her is the chestnut daughter of Coup de Gras, and that is number 2, Cherie for me. Now, there's a runner's name the year, a couple of seasons back. And Craig Zaki rides this afternoon. Back on the grass, I personally believe it's better on the grass. It's had 2 starts, course and distance for 1 win, and it's won 3 races out of 9 on the turf. Only 1 win was on the poly. Cherie for me will run you a better race this afternoon back on the turf surface. Number 3 is the grey daughter of Canford Cliffs out of a Daylami mare, and that is Pinnacle. She races for Gavin Smith. Louis Makotwa rides this afternoon. Louis looking to get that winner this afternoon. He's just run second to Richard on a few occasions, but wonderful to see the top riders fighting it out. On paper, though, I do make Pinnacle like that's to up its game completely. 7 starts on the turf course and yet to win. A dapple grey, but looks well in the parade ring. Number 4 is Stolen Kiss. This is a daughter of Time Thief from the Tara Lang stable. Chase rides from the plum gate of 1. Well, not really. It's a straight, so down towards the inside. We're going to see how they go down the straight now. And Stolen Kiss, Tara did mention earlier on today, they're expecting a better run. Has had back issues, and they've worked very hard on her back home. So obviously getting the machines on her back, etc., etc. They're looking for a much better run. Last time out was held up for a run, couldn't get a run. Number 5 is Easy Living, another daughter of Canford Cliffs from the Gavin Smith stable, and Samanga Kamalo, unlucky in the previous race, will be aboard. The comment from this stable, will run well, but still hard to beat number 1, Bonnaroo. That was a comment from Gavin Smith. Number 6 is Ramar from the Alan Greef stable. The comment from the yard, prefers turf and also needs to improve Kendall Minnie's mount. Number 7, Princess Debs, Duncan McKenzie. He had a winner the other day, meeting stronger average mirror ratings of 80 today, and has been meeting a lot stronger previously. So gets 2 kilos from number 1 on the last run behind Fedra. I'll make it an each way runner. And then keep your eye on number 8, Baubles and Beads. That's my value in the race. They're going to be going down to post. We'll cross over to Nico for calling them to post race 8.
Runners about to leave the parade ring. Just a reminder, tomorrow there's a double header here in South Africa, racing at Turffontein and at Durbanville tomorrow, so lots to look forward to. Runners going by for race 8, 2, Sherry for me. Craig Zaki rides. 3 is Pinnacle, Louis Kotwa. 4, Stolen Kiss, Chase Morjan. 6 is Rimar, Kendall Minnie, sports the blinkers. 7, Princess Debs, Kelvin Habib. 8 is Baubles and Beads, Mpumi Majorca. Tugging at the bit there is 8, Baubles and Beads, wants to get on with things. 9 is Madame Vicky, Marco van Rensburg. Here's number 5, Easy Living, Samanga Kamalo. 11 is Vizo's Magic and Jabu Jacobs, who puts up half a kilo. Carries 53, Vizo's Magic. A look here at Tried and True. That's number 10, Sandile Kati. And it's travelling down to the start with a pony here. And that looks to be our field for race number 8. Bonnaroo was the other one, which didn't pick up, but it went down first. Richard Ferrie is having here at Fairview. This is the penultimate race. Race number 8 is the Racing 240 for Racing for You Open Fillies and Mares 87 handicap, 1200 meters.
Thanks very much, Nico. Race 8, the penultimate of the day. It's 1200 meters. There will be a sprint, and the last race is also a sprint this afternoon, race 9. Numbers 1, 2, 7 and 8. 1, 2, 7 and 8, basically based on what I saw in the parade ring and the canter to post. Another race that a couple of runners actually have dropped down. They've come down in class. If you look at the computer form right at the top, it'll show you the little arrows, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4 runners that are actually dropping in class, which is unusual in a race where your benchmark is only 87 handicap. Let's go through them. 1, 2, 7 and 8. Number 1, Bonnaroo from the Alan Greef stable. This is a runner we spoke to Richard about early on, as well as Alan, and I was intrigued with the 6 to 10, and I'm not a fixed odds operator at all. I wouldn't know exactly how they always price up, but we all have our own ideas, and I just thought a horse that's raced on the poly for the last 5-6 runs and has done well on the poly. It was extremely short, rated an 87, fair enough, holding form for a long time, but yeah, maybe 18 to 10. Let's see. More than likely Richard Ferry combination has been fighting on this afternoon. Looked well enough in the parading, not an issue at all. Number 2, Cherie For Me, watch out. Cherie For Me bouncing back. I think on the turf you're going to find a much better effort. I'm not sure if it possibly will still need an outing for the Jacques Strydom stable or not. And I'm sure Vishal and his mates and owners are all watching. This horse went down to post like, oh well, we're racing today. And that whatsoever didn't use up energy. Was not in my initial selections. But I've just got a funny feeling that you're going to get the value with the 2, Cherie For Me. So if it wasn't in your play, please add it to your quartets. Number 7, Princess Debs went down to post right on the inside running rail. Always does that. Head turned to the side slightly, and Calvin Habib rides us off. He's going to love this because the ability is there. There you can see the Robin Strydom Silks, owned in partnership with trainer Duncan McKenzie on the far side, and that is what Princess Debs does. Now, been off form for quite some time, and I can tell you that Duncan has always said that he wasn't able to get to work into Princess Debs or a lot of his runners, and we will see them starting to come to the fore now, as he's never believed in working the horses in the soft underfoot conditions. He says the stable's not big enough, he can't afford to lose runners at work. So Princess Debs now getting the work in. You could see it in the coat. I know Nadine said to me that when she went to the stables to do the interview, she saw Princess Debs and she thought she looked outstanding. So that's also a bit of a pointer. If you look in the computer form where it says AR, the ability rating, has raced in an 84, 84 and 88 last time out. The average merit rating in this race now is an 80. So has been racing against considerably stronger in the last couple of outings, and being a fit horse, I think the price early on today of 10 to 1 did represent a little bit of value. I'm sure Princess Debs will have a follower. She's very game and gutsy, so she gets locked in battle, she will fight on. Number 8, Baubles and Bees. I was studying form, and I kept going back to this, and as a matter of fact, it ended up being my first selection for the Lunga Gile stable. Respected in the market at about 11 to 2. Current going down to post, you'll see was a little bit heady, which does tugging. I think the commentator Nico Christiodis even mentioned tugging. To post, you need to relax and use your energy in the race, not prior to the race. So hopefully we'll settle down. That's Pumi Majorca in the irons. Inching closer. Look at the distances, the margins that Baubles and Beads has been beaten by recently. 4 lengths, 2 3/4, 2 1/4. Last time out being beaten, not even ahead. So Baubles and Beads, right race possibly. The comment from the stable is doing well and will run well. Thanks to Lunga for that comment. I think Lunga's looking for each way claims here with the 8. 1, 2, 7 and 8. Let's go to the other runners now. and touch on them for you as well. And number 10, Tried and True from the Lunga Gile stable, went down with the pony, and the comment from the yard was, I was happy with her first run here. That was when she raced on the 28th of July on the turf, when she finished behind Looking Hot. And I am now starting to look for improvement. So the first run was needed, more than likely this run as well. And he's looking for improvement. Lunga also has Vizu's Magic in the race. That's number 11. There's a runner that at best could trouble this field, was just beaten by Sharif for me previously, but the last 2 runs were not great. Has been racing on the poly, coming back to the turf. Look here, has won 2 races out of 16 on the turf, so you might get a better run, but a little bit of undersufferance there with regards to the weights as well, according to the strength of the field, in my opinion. Now, number 9, Madam Vicky. Madam Vicky races for the Sharon Kotson stable. Never enjoyed the sticky conditions. That's the comment from Sharon Kotson when spoken to in the week. Marco van Rensburg rides from gate 11. Also went down tugging this afternoon. Now, she's had the beating of Angel Debs, which we give a bit of a chance in the next race, race 9 this afternoon. She ran a decent race behind Bella Valise. Slimiani won 2 in a row. She ran 3.9 lengths off them. And Madam Vicky might also be a runner that could come in and upset the apple cart here, because the comment was never enjoyed the sticky conditions. And we heard earlier on today, the track condition is now good. It is not soft. Very seldom will I go through an entire field. That's not the way that I normally handle it. I'll now narrow down to my 3 horses. I'm siding with number 8, Baubles and Beads, to fight it out with number 7, Princess Devs, and your favorite number 1, which was early on deep in the red, Bonnaroo from the Alan Greef stable. So numbers wise, I'm going 8, 7 and 1 for Swingers Boxed Exacta, and I'll leave you to decide how you want to structure that quartet. You've got a PA Quick Mix starting now as well, so become part of that. It will tell you, you just go onto the site and you push the PA Quick Mix, and you'll see all the bets come up in the selection, well, not selections, and you can quickly get your PA Quick Mix coming up as well with tab 4 racing. Nico, we're going to cross over to you. They're going to start loading shortly.
Yeah, and that is now, because they've been called to load up at the 1200 metre marker. Runners going forward here. Rimar is the first one in. She moves up with Tried and True and Vizo's Magic. Drawn up towards the inside. Next to load is Stolen Kiss. Baubles and Beads to go up with Easy Living. Madame Vicky has Baubles and Beads up to the gates. Loading halfway in. Easy Living, Madame Vicky. Lots of blue and white in the silks here. Position. She's going up. Madame Vicky, Sherry for me. The hood goes on Bonnaroo. Pinnacle. Pinnacle and Bonnaroo. The next to load. Baubles and Beads has to settle. Princess Debs. Bonnaroo just backing away from her stall gate momentarily here. Baubles and Beads still continues to be playful as Bonnaroo heads into the stalls with Princess Debs. They've got 1200 to sprint and they're just about ready there. Our penultimate race of the day set to go, and sprinting away to a fairly level start for them over here. Stolen Kiss has darted across to the inside. Bonnaroo shows very good early pace. The orange sleeves and cap. Pinnacle is right there with Princess Debs just off the leading line. Madame Vicky, Baubles and Beads is in behind those with Easy Living, then Rimar. They followed by Tried and True and Sherry for me, and Vizo's Magic is at the tail end of the field, 6-7 lengths off the leader. 700 to go, it's Bonnaroo that leads the field. Stolen Kiss on the left, the pink and blue colours. Towards the outside is Princess Debs, the green and white, then Pinnacle, Madame Vicky. They followed by Baubles and Beads, Sherry for me. Then comes Easy Living and Rimar. Behind that is Vizo's Magic and Tried and True. 400 metres left to go. Princess Debs is in front from Bonnaroo, lies second. Madame Vicky's towards the outside. Sherry for me in behind those. Towards the outside, Vizo's Magic's getting going too. Into the last 200. Madame Vicky's the leader. Down the inside is Sherry for me, and Vizo's Magic is back in third, but it's Sherry for me. Sherry for me wins it. Madame Vicky, Vizo's Magic third, and behind that in fourth was Princess Debs. Sherry for me. Jacques Stradum is the winning trainer, and Neil mentioned it, said she looked really well going to post, and Craig Zaki produces her in the centre of the course to catch Madame Vicky. No more from Bonnaroo, who adopted front-running tactics today. Goes to the inside and has got nothing left to offer with 150 to go. Princess Vicky in front. Look at Sherry for me, and look at Vizo's Magic coming out the pack into third for Lungagila. But it's going to be Sherry for me. Sherry for me, number 2. Craig Zaki for Vishal Mangru, Nad Mudley, Trishan Mudley, Kevin Naidu, and Shepherd Shumba, and Jacques Stradum, Mr. Shooter, Mrs. Mari Stradum, and the Money Talk Syndicate beats home Madame Vicky second. Third, Vizo's Magic. And then a gap back to Princess Debs, Easy Living, Baubles and Beads. Then came Tried and True, only then Bonnaroo, Pinnacle, Rimar, and Stolen Kiss. Well, the upset has landed here. Number 2, Sherry for me, is a 4-year-old chestnut filly by Coup de Gras out of the Grey Eminence mare Red Eminence. Well done to Riverton Stud. Sherry for me, liberally priced up in the market today, comes through to score under Craig Zaki to beat Madame Vicky and Vizo's Magic third. To return to the winner's enclosure for race number 8 is number 2, Sherry for me. Well done to the Jacques Stradum stable. 4-year-old chestnut filly by Coup de Gras out of the Grey Eminence mare Red Eminence. Craig Zaki is the winning rider. Bred at Riverton Stud. The winning owners are Messrs. Vishal Mangru, Nad Mudley, Trishan Mudley, Kevin Naidu, Shepherd Shumba, Messrs. Jacques Stradum, Mr. KP Shooter, Mrs. Mari Stradum, and the Money Talks Syndicate, nominee Mr. Jacques Stradum. Sherry for me returns for her 5th career win from 20 outings. Number 2 on the programme, beating home Madame Vicky, has to settle for second. Number 9. And the third placing will go to number 11, Vizo's Magic. Here is Sherry for me. Well done to the Jacques Stradum stable. Nice to have Craig Zaki in the winner's box today. 200 metres left to go. Princess Debs is in front from Bonnaroo lies second. Madame Vicky's towards the outside. Sherry for me in behind those. Towards the outside, Vito's Magic's getting going too. Into the last 200. Madame Vicky's the leader. Down the inside is Sherry for me, and Vito's Magic is back in third, but it's Sherry for me. Sherry for me wins it. Madame Vicky, Vito's Magic third, and behind that.
There's no substitute for ability and a bit of class. And Cherie, for me, she's shown that as a juvenile, and she's back on her favourite surface. Great to see the Jacques Stradum stable with her and all those owners in the winner's box. With me is Sia, and he's collecting on behalf of September, the winning groom of Cherie. For me, it's her 5th win now, so well done to them. And please tell Sia very well done. Sia, tell September very well done. Thank you very much. Let's go to the jock, and it's the first time that he's been here to see, and yeah, I'm sure you had a good feel there, because at the end of the day, Craig, you know, in a difficult race, the faster they went, the better I think it was for you. What's your feedback about her? She can run a bit.
Oh, she definitely can. I think everyone knows how good she was as a 2-year-old. I mean, being juvenile of the year, winning the nursery, and she obviously just went to a spurt where she lost a little bit of form, and look, she's not the biggest of fillies, so she probably just needed the time to really strengthen up. But I got a good feel of her last time. She was very hesitant on that poly, and I mean, she's small, so I was at her the whole way, and at the end of the race, I'm like, she actually just doesn't suit being bustled the whole way.
Like it.
And then I took her down today, she looked the part, and I said, I'm just going to trust her, let her come out, and wherever she travels, and I must say she travelled really, really well. Going through the 200, I was just hoping to find the right gap, and I knew she was going to get there. I was really confident halfway through the race, and I thought she ran a really, really nice race here.
Craig, you obviously don't hear because you're down at the start, and she wasn't part of my selection. Now, when I saw her go to post, I said, hello, she's going to upset the apple cart. I said, it's live on television, purely because she went down as if, I know what I have to do here, this is my surface, and I'll show the boys. And the quicker they went, the better your chance was, right or wrong?
100% correct. She's actually such an adorable filly to ride, Mr. Stradum, and quite a few jocks told me just be careful. She's got a very soft mouth, take her down slow, and I just hold her by the buckle, let her do her thing, but you'll see she doesn't ask answer to post, wanders around, and she's just really confident within herself, and I think that plays a big role, and I think with this she's going to go on.
Tremendous. Lovely having you here riding, and we hope to see a lot more of you back here.
Thank you so much. Well done to Jacques and his team. They do all the hard work. I'm just privileged to come all the way down from Joburg and get the opportunity. Well done to all the connections involved. Quite a handful. So yeah, just hope this lightens up the day, and I think they're going to have fun going forward. Hopefully there's more grass races for her, and she's not stopping here. Once again, to my sponsors, Maurice Vincent and Wolfstrip, thank you.
Lovely sponsor as well. Thanks so much, Craig. Let's go to Jacques Stradum. Jacques, staan 'n bietjie nader. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get your dad to come in here as well. Hekkie, come into Hekkie. Ja, kom staan hier so. We all love Hekkie here, and he's going to stand next to his son. Why not? Because, you know, Hekkie's might have handed in his license, but he is part and parcel of racing here. And I'm sure even the owners of Cherie, for me, will know that Hekkie is part of the group as well. Jacques, baie goed gedoen, very well done. And I always use that Afrikaans saying that I made up myself. Baie lekker mooi.
That's mooi. It feels mooi standing. Yeah, obviously my dad being on course, friends and family, I'm every part of the team. So it's nice to have her on the day. But yeah, getting back to Zaki. Because as you said, she's got a very soft mouth.
Yeah.
I said to him, listen, the last time this filly ran, that jockey had good hair. He said, but it was me. I said, no, good, I remember that. And obviously we try to wait for the grass and get washed out all the time. I think she hasn't seen the grass for like 6 or 8 months. And yeah, first run back on the grass, she bounced back to form. But yeah, well done to as a shooter. Vish, unfortunately, he was here the other day, couldn't be here today. And my brother, Colin, good support for the yard, and yeah, nice having you.
Lean over towards your father. Mr. Eki Stradom, so nice to always see you here on a Friday. You're missing the game as part of as being a trainer, but you're here every week and you support your family.
About every week, yeah.
About every week.
I must say, when I saw her in the ring, she completely looked different. I couldn't believe it. And I don't know if that you know, from winter to spring, but and Jock must get an accolade because she looked terrific. And when I said, and like I said, horses for courses.
Absolutely. You have you to put here at Fairview.
Thank you.
And we look forward to seeing you more often.
Thank you.
All right, well done. Bye, dankie, Jacques. Thanks very much. Well done to all the winning connections. There's a whole host of them. And yes, I'm sure that they're all going to be tuning in and watching this replay a couple of times. Her name is Cherie for me. When she's on the grass, you cannot leave her out.
Just about ready there. Our penultimate race of the day set to go, and sprinting away to a fairly level start for them over here. Stolen Kiss has darted across to the inside. Bonnaroo shows very good early pace. The orange sleeves and cap. Pinnacle is right there with Princess Debs just off the leading line. Madame Vicky, Baubles and Beads is in behind those with Easy Living, then Rimar. They followed by Tried and True and Sherry for Me, and Vizo's Magic is at the tail end of the field, 6-7 lengths off the leader. 700 to go, it's Bonnaroo that leads the field. Stolen Kiss on the left, the pink and blue colours. Towards the outside is Princess Debs, the green and white, then Pinnacle, Madame Vicky. They followed by Baubles and Beads, Sherry for Me. Then comes Easy Living and Rimar. Behind that is Vizo's Magic and Tried and True. 400 metres left to go. Princess Debs is in front from Bonnaroo, lies second. Madame Vicky's towards the outside. Sherry for Me in behind those. Towards the outside, Vizo's Magic's getting going too. Into the last 200. Madame Vicky's the leader. Down the inside is Sherry for Me, and Vizo's Magic is back in third, but it's Sherry for Me. Sherry for Me wins it. Madame Vicky, Vizo leads the field. Stolen Kiss on the left, the pink and blue colours. Towards the outside is Princess Debs, the green and white, then Pinnacle, Madame Vicky. They followed by Baubles and Beads, Sherry for Me. Then comes Easy Living and Rimar. Behind that is Vizo's Magic and Tried and True. 400 metres left to go. Princess Debs is in front from Bonnaroo, lies second. Madame Vicky's towards the outside. Sherry for Me in behind those. Towards the outside, Vizo's Magic's getting going too. Into the last 200. Madame Vicky's the leader. Down the inside is Sherry for Me, and Vizo's Magic is back in third, but it's Sherry for Me. Sherry for Me wins it. Madame Vicky, Vizo's Magic third, and behind that in...
Thank you and welcome back. The final event this afternoon, race 9 on the card. It's over 1,000 meters, a 5 furlong quick sprint, and it's a big field as well. The runners are in the parade ring. This race is called the next Fairview race meeting, Friday the 25th of August. That's next week, Friday. We will be back here. Benchmark 78 handicap. Runners are in the parade ring. Number 1, and that's Paris Rix, the son of Vercingetorix, a 3-time winner from 30 outings. Does enjoy the surface as well. Sandile Kati rides, and drawn 13 this afternoon towards the stand side on the straight course. Needs to drop in the ratings. That's the words coming from Zitzman Westhuizen. Number 2, Angel Debs. Princess Debs hit the front a little bit early in the previous race. Let's hope they get it right with 2 Angel Debs. Now, Angel Debs has got ability. She's also got a couple of little issues, which Duncan McKenzie has been patient on, and he's worked on it for quite some time. At her best, I would not be surprised to see her win a race like this. Keep her in mind. Very nice walker in the parade ring is number 3, Cool Winter. Not in my equation when studying form. Richard Ferree rides for the Alan Creef stable, comes back in trip a little bit and might just suit. Those were the comments coming through from the yard. And been racing on the Poly recently, has not yet raced on our turf. So we'll be running on the Fairview turf for the first time. Number 4 with the lead pony is Giacomo Puccini from the Kelly Mitchley stable. Muzieni rides. Dropped in class and does show better work on the turf. That is what Kelly said. This runner relocated from Justin Snaith in February this year. Hasn't won a race, but has run a place. For me, lots of work to do to win it. I don't see that does. Oh, the 5's gone back to the saddling enclosure. That's Delicacia. So we go on to the platted mane of number 6, Queenswood. Now, there's a bit of money on course, and there's a bit of talk on course about Lunga Gila's runner, the 6, Queenswood. He did say in the interview, working very well, a very good run is expected, and does bring really useful KZN form. Watch out, the talkies, Queenswood will fight it out, number 6. Number 7 is Vegas Gold. That's my roughie for the day. I've tipped it as my value bet on the day from the Gavin Smith stable. It's the son of VAR. Must be considered as he drops in class this afternoon. And the word from the stable is that this is the right race for him. For me, I'm siding with Vegas Gold. I'll watch them move to post though, but a big runner. I see the jockeys, most of them are mounted up. Some are still going to mount up. Number 8 is Narcos from the Montana Turner stable. Dennis Schwartz rides. A much improved run last time out, finishing 3rd. Reproduces that, although that was on the Poly. Does have a quartet chance. Enough from me. We're going to cross over to Nico Kritsiotis. I see the pick 6 this afternoon. Lots of carryover tickets. Let's go to Nico.
Thanks, Neil. Last race of the day is a merit-rated 78 handicap, going by number 1, Paris Rix and Dele Kati. There's the first horse by. Number 2 is Angel Debs, Calvin Habib. 3 is Cool Winter, Richard Ferree. Number 4, Giacomo Puccini. Racing without the blinkers, Muzieni rides. The 5 is Delicacy and Kendall Mini. Taking the blinkers off that it wore last time out. Next to go to post is number 8, Narcos, Dennis Schwartz. Number 7, Vegas Gold, Craig Zaki. 6 is Queenswood, Jabu Jacobs. 9 was First Origin, Stallone Naidu. 10, Victory of Dubai, Yuse Ramzan. 12 is Great Melody, Samanga Kamalo wears a white cap. 13 is Bethel, Marco van Rensburg. 14, Pomodoro Magic and Pumi Majorca. 15 is Arverni Warrior, Chase Morjan. Here's number 11, War Launch, Louis Cotois. That's the field then for the last of the day. 4:10 is the off time for this final event. The next Fairview race meeting Friday, 25 August. That's next Friday. It's a merit-rated 78 handicap. It's over 1,000 meters, the minimum trip. Thanks very much for your custom today. Looking forward to seeing you here next Friday busy weekend of racing on the weekend, a double-headed tomorrow, and of course racing in KwaZulu-Natal on Sunday. Neil, we've made it through the day. Well done. Have a good weekend's rest. See you soon.
Yeah, thanks very much, Nico, and well called this afternoon. And just thanks to the people on course that assisted me a little bit early on today when I had a little bit of a who knows what I had. But it is appreciated, and it's great to see how everybody in the racing industry cares, and the messages I got, much appreciated. Feeling a little bit funny, but a lot better. Thanks so much. Anyway, let's go to the race 9 this afternoon. It is a quartet race. We often speak in 89 quartet you want to become part of and you want to catch it. The numbers I've given Liesel, our producer downstairs, 2, 6, 7, 11 and 14. Structure accordingly as you want to, but don't leave those out. 2, 6, 7, 11 and 14. And there is quite a bit of value in those numbers as well. Let's kick off with 2 Angel Debs from the Duncan Mackenzie stable. As mentioned earlier on, I thought Princess Debs hit the front a little bit early in the previous race, but Angel Debs moved very well to post this afternoon. Now, of the Debses, this is the one that's always had the most ability. Have a look at that go to post today. I won't be surprised to see Angel Debs fight it out on the way it moved to post. It's also run at first, second, first, then a fourth and a fifth. It loves the turf. And for me, a big winning chance, 61.5. And it's because it's come down a little bit in what it's racing against. So I think you're going to give this a bit of a chance. It has won a 84 average rating previously, and this is a 77. So Angel Debs at its best can win this. Don't leave it out. Going to then move on to number 6, which is Queenswood. Now the talk on course, and a couple of SMSs that I got, thank you, is number 6 Queenswood from the Lunga Gile stable. There's a lot of talk about it, and I see there is steady money for the son of Count de Bois as well. Jabo Jacobs rides from gate 5 this afternoon. What you see there is the way that horse went all the way down to the start. Does bring useful KZN form. The comment from Lunga Gile, and thanks to Lunga for that, is working very well since joining the stable. And last time I ran behind Questor, which won their feature on that after that, and a very good run is expected. So there's a bit of confidence about the 6, and there is talk, and people love to know what the talk on course is, and there's talk about the 6 Queenswood. Must go in. Number 7, Vegas Gold. If you did tune in early on today when we tried to get through that preview, this was my value on the day with regards to places and wins. I think the value lies in 7 Vegas Gold. Has contested 88, 96 average rating behind cruise control, then an 80, now it's down to a 77. The comment from the stable when chatting to Nadine in the week from Gavin, the trainer himself, been racing against tougher. This is the right race for him, and he's spot on. That's the way I see it. Now, whether he's going to put it all together this afternoon with Craig Zaki in the irons, I don't know. He has got the ability, he's got the natural pace. I'm still siding with him as my winner in the race. It was priced up at about 12 to 1 currently. When they update on the tote, you'll see what the current price is. Got to go to swingers, exactors, etc., etc. He must be considered in all your bets. So make sure the 7 goes in. I'm sticking with that. Number 11, War Launch. Interesting. Very interesting runner from the Sharon Kotson stable. Son of New Predator. Raced, then went to, they thought good enough to take it to Kenilworth on their big day, and ran behind Outlaw King, came back, ran behind Fairy Knight. The comment from the stable is, and this is verbatim, also pulled a hindquarter muscle on the Polly. Won't be needing his outing this afternoon. He is well, and a much better run is expected. Now, Sharon Kotson, she says it as it is, and she said will not need its outing. So this has to go in. 11 War Launch, currently 14 Rand 40 on the tote, 4 Rand 60 a place. Thank you, Sharon, for the transparency. Louis Makotwa rides include all bets. To upstairs or downstairs, shall I say, is number 14 Pomodoro Magic. Also from the Duncan Mackenzie stable. I know that Dunks has always rated the daughter of Pomodora. For me, I think she's taking on a little bit too much too early now. That's my opinion. And Madam Vicky, they both did well today, and she finished behind Sir Nali Longsword some time back, so that won 2 in a row as well. Watch out for Pomodora Magic. I'm going to earmark it maybe for the next run or 2. Then number 13, Bethel, the stable from the Cliffy Miller stable. They said in the first 3 at least better than the last run, so they're expecting Bethel to be in the first 3, and I think that's great comment coming through as well, and we do appreciate it. Before I hand over to Nico upstairs, just to thank all the trainers and the jockeys and everybody within the industry, not just in the Eastern Cape, with regards to making an effort not to say no, I can't make a comment, or not to say or I'm not coming back for a post-race interview. They're always willing, they're there in the mornings, they give their comments, and that is the only way forward for racing in South Africa and for racing as a company. Thanks them for their transparency. Looking forward to a good call. Nico's final call this afternoon. They're all milling around down at the start there. The quartet pool 102,000. That will be about 160 by the time I'm quickly going to grab my Tab for Racing app on my phone, and I'm going to try and get my bets on as well. Just going to give you those numbers quickly before I hand over. 7, 11 and 14. We'll leave the rest up to you. Nico, thanks so much. Enjoy the last call.
Thanks so much, Neil, and yeah, just have a relaxing weekend, and look forward to seeing you again soon. It's almost race time. The field are down at the 1,000-metre marker for this last dash of the day. And yeah, Chief Stipe, Nicholas Shearer just giving the heads up to Dean Kempthorne to load them up at the 1,000-metre marker. Big field here, 15 runners. They're being asked to go forward and load up. Queenswood's about to walk up. Victory of Dubai is in. Pomodoro Magic about to go forward. Here's Bethel. Paris Ricks to the outside. First Origin. First Origin, Giacomo Puccini. Cool Winter waits his turn. Great Melody, the white cap. Great Melody to come forward. War Launch of the yellow. Delicacy to come forward after that. Delicacy coming in. Here's Narcos to load up with Pomodoro Magic. Just about ready to sprint away from the 1,000-metre marker and leave the race meeting behind. They're all set and away and racing. Pomodoro Magic was the one that didn't get away too well. Vegas Gold in the early stages shows pace. Right up there is Great Melody and Narcos with Giacomo Puccini and War Launch and Bethel. They're the front ones here. From first hill, then came Pomodoro Magic of Vernie Warrior, Victory of Dubai. Further back to Cool Winters, languishing somewhere off the leader with Delicacy. Further back in the field, then came Paris Ricks towards the outside. Heading down into the last 400 metres now, Great Melody, the white cap, leads it from Vegas Gold, Narcos, and behind that Bethel. Towards the outside, Giacomo Puccini. Queenswood's trying to get through, but got balked badly over there. First Origins on the outside is Great Melody, with 150 metres left to go from Narcos in second. On the outside, First Origin, Giacomo Puccini, but Great Melody continues to run strongly here for Kamano, and Great Melody will beat home Narcos, Giacomo Puccini, Pomodoro Magic and Bethel involved in a photograph with Cool Winter in behind those. Great Melody, Samanga Kamalo, convincing win, very quick. Loves it on the turf and loves this course and distance. If you look, 3 runs for 2 wins and a third. And Kamalo boots home Great Melody for Yvonka de Jonge. the YDJ Trading Pty Limited. It's Great Melody first, the rest nowhere. There's the adequate explanation here. Great Melody wins it. Narcos, I think, hangs on for second. Tight Giacomo Puccini. A couple involved over there, but it's a victory here, an easy victory for number 12, Great Melody. Let's see and watch what's run second and third. Oh, it's tight. Giacomo Puccini and Narcos. First Origin is close to us over here. I think we'll get up to run into fourth position, but that's also very, very tight. With Pomodoro Magic, I think it was, fighting out the minor money on the stand side. So Great Melody has picked up the advantage with 300 metres, well, in fact, quite a way out, and looked to be the live wire here. There was quite a bit of scrimmaging behind those. Notably, Pomodoro Magic and War Launch got the worst of it, as so too did Queenswood, who had a terrible passage through. But Great Melody has won it very comfortably in the end, wins it. Second close, Giacomo Puccini involved in a photo with Narcos, and then a further photo behind that. First Origin and Pomodoro Magic. There's Simanga Kamalo and wins it comfortably this time round with a stick out. And well done to Gavin Smith, who's rounded up the day's racing. Been a pleasure calling the 9 races home for you. Hope you had a good one. Don't forget that we're back here next week. There's been a dead heat declared for second. Note that. The winner, number 12, dead heat second, 4 and 8. Then came 9 into fourth, First Origin. And behind that, Pomodoro Magic in fifth. So a dead heat for second. No doubt about the winner, Simanga Kamalo and Gavin Smith end off the day's racing. Has been declared for second. The winner was number 12, Great Melody. Dead heat second, and 8, Narcos. Well done to Simanga Kamalo, the winning rider for the Gavin Smith yard. He's whooping all the way through. And a very comfortable win there for number 12, Great Melody. Dead heat second, 4 and 8. Fourth has gone to number 9, First Origin, secured fourth. Fifth will be number 14, Pomodoro Magic. Thanks very much for joining us at Fairview today on behalf of Full Racing Pty Limited and the Racehorse Owners Association. Thanks for joining us at the racecourse today, and looking forward to your company here next Friday, the 25th of August. with 150 metres left to go from Narcos in second. On the outside, First Origin, Yukoma Puccini, but Great Melody continues to run strongly here for Kamalo, and Great Melody will beat home Narcos, Yukoma Puccini, Pomodoro Magic and Bethel involved.